Okay, come through to the witness stand. Are you ready, ma'am? Please state your full names for the record, please.
My name is
Mlali.
Q. You don't have an objection to taking the oath.
I don't have, my lady.
Right. Please swear that the evidence you are about to give will be nothing else but the truth. And if you do, say so help me God. Please.
So help me God.
Thank you. I also offer the same, make you the same offer that should you wish to sit down whilst testifying, you are free to do so. You have my permission.
Thank you, my lady.
Yes, Mr. Vani.
Mrs. Mlali has advised us that she's slightly hard of hearing, I believe, to the left ear. Sorry, the right ear.
The right ear, yes.
All right.
So there may be occasion where those asking questions might have to raise their voice or repeat their question.
All right. I think we've all noted that. Thank you.
Mrs. Mlali, before we proceed, I just want to get you to confirm some of the previous statements that you've made in this matter. And Mlali, with the leave of the court, I'd like to just hand up a small bundle which comprises a previous statement made by Mrs. Mlali together with her transcript before the Truth and Reconciliation Commission.
Thank you.
Mrs. Mlali, did you make an affidavit on or about the 26th of January 1988 that served before the first inquest into the deaths of the Cradock Four?
Yes, I did.
Mlali, that appears in the record, at least the current record. It's marked A108, and it currently bears the paginated number 215.
Okay, for ease of reference, I will just mark the bundle you've handed up as F51 because
As Mlali, please.
following Ms. Mhlawuli's statement, latest.
Yes, indeed. Her current statement is F5, so that would make sense, Mlali. And am I correct in saying, Mrs. Mlali, that in that statement you simply confirmed the contents of the statement of Mrs. Gqeberha High?
That is true, my lady.
And Mrs. Mlali, do you recall giving evidence before the Human Rights Violations Committee of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission on the 16th of April 1996 at the East London City Hall?
Yes, I do recall that. I did.
Yes.
The statement there.
And you've seen a copy of the transcript of that hearing.
I checked it in my room.
You don't have to have it with you now.
Oh, yes,
You've seen it previously.
I did see that. Yes,
Okay.
yes.
And Mrs. Mlali, just for the record, I understand that your daughter, Babalwa Mlali, who was 19 years old at the time of that hearing, actually testified as well.
Yes, Howard, that is true. She testified there on her own free will. She forced that she will also give a testimony surrounding the issues that were affecting all of us, the three of us in Old Suran. That is true.
Thank you. So, at her request, she was permitted to testify. Mlali, her testimony, that's Bapalwa, Mrs. Mlali's daughter, that begins at paragraph 43, although that because of the formatting of this document, that might in fact be page 43 of the transcript, and the transcript itself is marked A3.4. And then lastly, Mrs. Mlali, do you confirm more recently that you made out a statement dated the 21st of May 2025?
Yes, I do, my lady.
And as my lady has pointed out, that is currently Exhibit F5. Mrs. Mlali, can you indicate to the court when you were born and where were you born?
All right. I was born in Cradock, 1952. I am an adult, a granny, in fact, of 72 years old now. On the 13th, it's going to be my birthday, the 13th on Friday. Oh.
And your current occupation?
Currently, I'm retired, my lady, but I used to work before. My last job was Social Security Agency, which we call SASA. I spent my last 10 years at SASA, just before retirement. Otherwise, my career, my original career was teaching. I was a teacher. I trained as a teacher. I started at Cradock, Bantu Secondary School. From the primary school, St. James, I went to the secondary school, which was called Bantu Secondary School those days. From there, I went for training in Mount Arthur, where I spent 2 years training as a teacher.
Thank you. And let's turn to how you came to know Gqeberha Mlali, one of the deceased in the Cradock Four case.
Stella was also in the same secondary school in Cradock, but he was a senior to me. At that time, he was just a student, like all the other students. You didn't have any close relationship at the time, because he was my senior. Like I knew Matthew as well as my teacher. Matthew was my teacher of science and maths and biology. So I knew him, but we grew closer in 1975 when we visited Botswana together with other teachers. We were having a conference there. Stelo and Mzwandile Tuluwe, a close friend of his, also visited Botswana. I was sort of struck by the interest that they had in seeing the houses that were bombarded then, or raids that affected those houses of people who were in Botswana, South Africans, of course. They knew what happened. They went there, they looked, and I also saw the houses because I was with them. Their interest in politics, spilled over other countries as well. It was not confined to South Africa alone. Yes. Maybe.
Thank you, Mrs. Mlali. Talking of your late husband's political activity, can you give a sense of the court, how it is he got politically involved in opposing apartheid at that time?
I must say that Stelo grew up in Cradock in a very vibrant and political community. He was under Canon Calata, the grandfather to Fort, as a churchgoer. In fact, the whole house, where they were Anglican church goers, members. Usicelo, as a young boy, he became a server under Umfundiso Calata. He was serving wearing that red and white gown, as a server. And after the church, those days the churches were used as school as well. After the church, they have to rearrange the chairs, preparing for the school on Monday. The meetings of Canon Calata were also taking place in that same building, after church. He said to me, he would remain behind in order to sort out the arrangement for Monday, but he will not go home. He will sit there and listen to the debates and discussions and the songs, the freedom songs that are sang there. He even said the other day to me, Umam Nonyanga, she had this freedom song that she loved so much. He will show me. He was a person who liked to dramatize things, and on top of that, his aunt and his own father as well were staunch members of the political organization, the ANC. His aunt was then arrested because of her involvement in politics, and she lost her job after that. Because she was working as a nurse in one of the hospitals there in Cradock. She lost her job completely up until she retired from where she got another job, as a cleaner somewhere else. Usicelo, at that time, as a young boy, he learned so much about politics. He was conscientized by the Congress choir, the activities that were happening there. Because there was this Congress choir of Umfundiso Calata, my lady. He participated there as a young boy, behind the curtains, Yes. Thereafter, Utatake, Stelo's father, was also being harassed and searched, the houses searched because of their involvement in politics, my lady. Yes.
So, can you remind us what career choice did Mr. Mlali take? What did he become?
Yes. Usicelo, my lady, when he was killed, he was a teacher by profession. He studied at Cradock Secondary School, as I said earlier on. Those years, people will know, who are almost my age, they will know that there were no grades. There were forms, Form 1, Form 2, Form 3. He did his Form 1, Form 2, Form 3. After Form 3, he went for training as a teacher in Zwelicha Training College. After finishing his training, he decided to study further. He then went over for his matric at Thembalabantu High School. He's finishing his matric there, he got a teaching position now in one of the locations around Zwelicha. He taught there until he got a post at Thembalabantu, where he was schooling. He went back to Thembalabantu to be a teacher there. When he was teaching in Thembalabantu then, he was given a responsibility to run the boarding school, to be a boarding master. He was a boarding master to the students, and during the day he was the teacher in class. On Saturdays, he was also a sports master. He would train the students in sport because he loved sport so much. They were a family a family that liked to play rugby.
So the importance of this gathering.
Thank you a lot, Neria. You are aware that this is the fourth gathering of the Health Working Group. There are many, many other working groups of G2.
Where he was teaching, and then the students in Thembalabantu High School engaged themselves in a strike, And in those days, the Siskayan government didn't play any marbles. They were very strict. So the students were arrested, his students were arrested and others, of course. The day they appeared before the court, he went there, to give moral support to his students, not knowing that will hit back on him. Because after a day or two, he got a message from Charles Sebe, to say he must come to the intelligence officers in Zwelicha. When he got there, he was cross-examined, cross-questioned about his presence there, and he was able to give answers, to say, well, I came here to register my car. Fortunately, on that day, he did register his car in that same vicinity, but they gave him a stern warning to say, we are watching you.
And just remind us, who was Charles Sebe?
Charles Sebe was the head of the intelligence in the Ciskei there. Everybody knew him, how cruel and brutal he was, He was very strict.
So you said Charles Sebe
Sebe,
gave your husband a warning that he must stop his political activities?
He must, they are watching him. That's what he said. We are watching you. Thereafter, after saying that we are watching you, there was no peace in our house again. He kept on sending his teams, to go via my house, to someone's fellow to Zone 6. And at one stage, they took him to the Dimbaza cells. It was so cold at that time. And he was so scared. I was scared, in fact, more than him, fearing for his life.
So your husband did not stop his political
He never
activities?
stopped his, though he got numerous warnings, even at the school where he was, at that time, there were occasions where you have to pay in order to get your salary, get your check. You have to pay a certain amount of money. Ustalo refused to do those things. He wouldn't pay. His name was always having a gap, a space next to him, not paying those monies that were needed. Then there was a lady called Unomfundo. Unomfundo would, trying to save Ustalo, he would pay behind his back and say, please, I'm paying for Ustalo. And he told me that, he realized much later that Unomfundo kept on paying for him. He said, I'm so angry. I don't know why did Unomfundo pay for me, Yeah. But Unomfundo said, Stella, I'm afraid because you're going to be in trouble. Already there's a lot that is said about you, even amongst us as teachers, my lady. Yeah.
So at some point, did you and your husband decide you had to move out of the Cisco?
Yeah.
Please tell us about that.
Yes, my lawyer. We were in the Cisco. I was teaching somewhere else. And then in 1977, Stelo and Mzwandile Gqeberha, a friend of his from Cradock, organized a teaching post for me in Dimbaza. So we stayed in Dimbaza for a while. He moved from Thembalabantu to Dimbaza, where he got a post at Gqeberha High School. As he was teaching at Gqeberha, he never stopped, interacting with students, valuing the students, As a result, the students were becoming aware about certain things, about their rights. Yeah, let me put it that way. They were becoming aware of their own rights. They embarked on a strike as well in Dimbaza. Again, the police came with child saving. They beat the children, and when they were beating them up, they were not just playing with them. They really put them, they injured them. The children were bleeding, Ustalo again, he took a risk of taking those children, my lady, to the clinic because there was no ambulance made available for them. Took them to the clinic with his small car. He had an escort small car. He was doing that up and down, taking them to the clinic. Again, he was in hot water about that. Why did he transport these children, But he just couldn't stand, just waiting and looking at the children bleeding, you know, others fainting. You know, he tried to save their lives, my lady.
So were the police accusing your late husband of siding with the protesting school children?
Yes, he was seen as an instigator, you know, for these children that were protesting. Children were protesting because they knew their rights now, you know, and he was seen as an instigator, together with others, of course. Yes.
So let's proceed with the story. I understand from your statement that things were getting quite hot in Dimbaza. What did you and your husband decide to do?
You know, when things became so hot in Dimbaza, my lady, there was no rest. Every time if the police van passes by, we would shiver and think that they are coming to us, you know, and getting all those messages of being summoned to Zwelicha, Zone 6. And we made a decision that he must get a position somewhere else, a teaching post. That's why he left me still expecting Unsika. He left me there in Dimbaza, went to Old Suran, where he got a principalship post in Gqeberha High School. I had to follow, once I delivered Unsika, I followed the following year, you know, to be together in Old Suran. We stayed there together in Old Suran. Every holiday, we would go home. We'll go to Cradock, which is our original home. Every holiday we go home. Unfortunately, am I too fast?
Yeah. Just before we proceed with getting to the 27th of June, we'll get there shortly.
Yeah, okay.
Can you describe the political activity that you and your husband engaged in Old Suran?
In Old Suran, yes. In Old Suran, Old Suran is a vibrant place, you know, and there was a colored community on the other side called Bridgeton. The people were the African people were living in Bongoletu. Those groups of people came together, interacted very well, you know, planning issues, making things happen. I remember they did set up the street committees, street by street, you know, holding meetings as street by street. And then in 1983, when the UDF was launched, we all went to the launch of the UDF, my lady, together with our comrades from the other side.
In Cape Town?
We traveled to Cape Town, yes, to be part of the launch of the UDF.
And then coming back from Cape Town, you and your husband were involved in UDF work. Yes. in Old Suran?
When we came back, we started working really hard towards making UDF alive, you know. And I know that there was a time when the UDF in the Southern Cape had to be launched. Comrades from Cradock, like Matthew and others, they came down to Old Suran to assist in establishing the UDF of the Southern Cape, my lady. That never stopped. That went on like that. People knowing their rights, people, school children as well, you know, setting up structures in schools, you know, setting up structures in the community, like the Bongoleti Women's Organization, like Boyo, Bongoleti Youth Organization, and the civic organization also in this community. I had a bit of an idea about how to deal with the issues of women at the time, because I was involved with the group of women in Cape Town, UCO, United Women's Organization. So I kept on going up and down to Cape Town, back to Old Suran, give information to the fellow comrades, you know, and I would go wherever I'm needed. If they say the meeting is in Joburg, we'll go to Joburg. If they say the meeting is in Natal, we will go there in Natal. I will go there in Natal. This other time, I remember an incident We were attending this meeting in Johannesburg. You know, we were waiting for others, sitting in a lounge in a hotel. You know, I can't remember. I think it was Carlton Hotel. Yes, Carlton. We were there waiting for the others. You know, Jesse Duarte came in and said, "Comrades, we are under surveillance." I was shivering because I was thinking, oh dear man, if they arrest us, what am I going to do? Oh, Mama Susulu was there as well. And you know, those mamas, they were so strong and powerful. They didn't shiver at all. They said, listen here, the other group should go this way, the other one that way, and the other group should go that way. They go with you in your car. You know, we went to different ways. I still ask myself, even today, where did we go to with those mamas? You know, we had our meeting in a secluded place, you know, underground, you know, and on top of this place there was a garage, and we safely discussed the issues and giving reports back, you know, giving instructions what needed to be done in the communities at that time.
But those were certainly hectic times, Mrs. Mlali. Returning to Old Suran, can you explain to the court Mr. Mlali's work with an organization by the name of Samstan?
As I said, Old Suran was very vibrant. There was an organization in Bridgeton called Samstan. Samstan was having a branch of an advice office. So he was part of Samstan, the establishing of that Samstan. And he was also a member of the board of Samstan. You know, when we go home, we'll take copies of Samstan, distribute them along the way in Port Elizabeth and in Cradock. And people enjoyed reading that newspaper because it was a progressive newspaper. It was a sister to Grassroots newspaper at the time.
So the political activities of Mr. Mlali in Old Suran was not attracting attention from the security branch. What kind of attention, what kind of harassment did you and your husband sustain at that time?
You know, his activities attracted a lot of attention, my lady, from the system in Old Suran. Every time he would get some visitors, unknown persons, you know, they will come to him and say to him, come with us. They will go with him. When he comes back, he will report to me that these chaps are saying to me, I must do away with politics because I'm a civil servant. But he wouldn't, you know, he continued despite that they were threatening him about various things, but he didn't retreat at all. He continued with what he was doing. And there was this connection now between him and Cradock and his fellow comrade, Matthew Boniwe. You know, they kept on talking over the phone. They kept on talking about issues, you know. And if there's something that he thinks he needs advice on, he will talk to Matthew. Matthew was his old friend, a childhood friend, you know. They grew up together. In so much that in 1967, when they had to go to the bush, you know, for initiation, they were there together. So their relationship was already intact at that time, 1967. So Matthew kept on talking with him. Now on this particular, I think it was in 1985, earlier than June, his office was gutted with fire. Right at the middle of the night, someone came to us and said, Tishara, your office is on fire. He woke up. When he got there, indeed the office was on fire. There was nothing that he could save. But he was really worried about his material because he was studying at the time through UNISA. He said, hey, what is it, these books that you get from, can't remember.
Study guide.
My study guides, yes, thank you. My study guides.
That have been his office, principal's office.
That's the
or Samstan office. What office was that that was gutted?
Oh, okay, my lady. That was his office, his office at school. Because
As a principal. When he was a principal.
Yeah, when he was a principal.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Vani.
Because I think he used the office as a safe space for him to talk to Matthew because they had a landline, and also to do his schoolwork after hours. He would go home later in the day.
So did you and Mr. Mlali have some suspicions as to who might have been behind the burning of his office at school?
Yes, there were suspicions, seeing that there were these people who kept on saying to him, please don't involve yourself in politics, Those people were the first suspects, but the case never went anywhere. Nobody was arrested after that fire.
Right. And Mr. Mlali did not stop his political activity?
He
after
did not
the fire?
stop his political activism. We went home to Cradock, and he told his mom and dad that my office has been burnt down. The response of the mother was that, Danam, that's not a good sign. They are coming for you. That's not a good sign.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now we can actually return to your earlier evidence where you were explaining to the judge that you, your husband, every holiday you would return to Cradock. And so now we're in 1985, in fact June 1985. You can pick up the story. Approximately when did you return to Cradock? And please explain how you had to go to Port Elizabeth yourself and why it was that your husband made a trip to PE also.
My lady, during that June holiday, I registered with Visa University. It was still new, and there was a course that we were doing as teachers to develop ourselves further. So I registered for that course. We were having a winter school from the 24th of June. He drove me down, Ustelo, and he promised to fetch me on Thursday. On that Thursday, he never picked up. In fact, on Tuesday, he called me. We didn't have a landline at my home. We used our neighbor's phone. He called me saying that, I'll pick you up on Thursday. I said, okay, fine. On Thursday, he never turned up.
Sorry, where was the winter school held? In Port Elizabeth?
In Port Elizabeth, yes. Yes, my lady. The winter school was held in Port Elizabeth. It was still a new structure, a new course for teachers.
So you,
On that day,
yes. This is Thursday, the 27th of June, 1985.
he never came. And I was wondering why, I didn't know. And then my father-in-law called me on a Friday, asking me, Nolita, that's the name they call me when I'm at home.
Your marriage name?
My marriage name, yes, my lady, yes, my marriage name. Nolita mntanam, uSicelo uke wambona? Did you see uSicelo anywhere there? I'm still waiting for him now. And Utata said, okay, Kemtana. Then I got a call again from Reggie Olifant, who was one of the community leaders in Old Suran. He said, my comrade Mlali, I just saw a newspaper saying that there are persons missing, I said, hi, Bo, Reggie, are you saying uSicelo are missing? He said, I don't know, that's what I see in the newspaper. And immediately in my mind, I heard that, oh, maybe they are arrested. That was the first thing that came to my mind. And I spoke to Tata, Ulindelo, my sister-in-law, my other sister-in-law, and she said, Sis Nolita, uzabuya nini ke ngoku?
Try and stick to one language.
Sorry, my lady. When are you coming back? Then I said, okay, I'm still waiting for uSicelo to pick me up. And I could see that Ulindelo was reluctant to tell me. No, they never returned at all. until Dada said to me, Nolita, I will send your brother-in-law, Stella's youngest brother, to come and pick you up because he left the keys. And then he came with Lukhanyo Calata, a brother to Fort, to pick me up in Port Elizabeth. Again, in my mind, I was saying, Babanji, let me go and get some takis for him, get him some warm track suit so that he is comfortable where he is. We went back, I bought those things, you know. We went back to Cradock. When we got there, my lady, I got a suspicion that something worse has happened because there were so many cars in front of my home. When I walked in, I saw Mfundisi, a reverend, you know, preaching to the people that were sitting there. And I said, as I walked in, I said, Mfundisi, ufuna ntoni? Mfundisi, what do you want here? What puts you here at my home? And Mfundisi was like, he didn't respond, but immediately I could see something serious has happened here, you know. And I fell at that time, you know. I don't know what else happened, but they took me to hospital. In the hospital, I was unconscious. I didn't know where I am. Later on, I woke up, this nurse calling my name, you know, clapping me, saying, woo, Nombiselo, the veins have collapsed. I can't get the veins. She was trying to put in a drip, but ultimately she managed to do that. Then I was revived. I went back home. When I got home, then the news were broken to me in a proper manner, you know, that this has happened. I didn't know what to do. I didn't expect that. You know, I cried, of course. That was my reaction. And everybody was saying, suka. You know, don't cry. Please don't cry. You know, I was crying because I was thinking, how am I going to move forward without him? Because I depended on him so much. I can tell a small story that shows that I was really dependent on him. You know, even switching on the gas stove. I would say, Stella, please switch on the stove for me. Please change the gas for me. This other day, I was still a baby. You know, I bought a heater, what is this thing? A flask for him. And it didn't work when we got home. I said to him, let us return this heater back to the shop that was in George. When I got there, the lady who served me refused to take the flask back. She also refused to give me my money back. Instead, she called her husband. Her husband shouted at me. And I said, okay, let me go and call my husband too. And my husband was a hefty person, you know. His body was really intimidating. I fetched him, he came in. Immediately when he came in, the money popped up now. They gave me my money back. So I'm trying to show how dependent I was on him, you know. He did a whole lot of things with us. He would take us out, you know. He enjoyed taking us out to the Congo caves, to Merensport, where there's a place that is having a stream, you know. Yeah.
Yes, indeed. And in fact, we do want to hear how your life was impacted following his death. But if I may just ask some follow-up questions. When you were in Port Elizabeth, and the arrangement was that he would come and collect you sometime on the 27th, were you at that stage unaware that he was doing a trip with Matthew and the other comrades?
I was very much unaware, you know. I was saying, hi, Ostel, why is he not arriving? You know, and I think he didn't want to take me on that day when they came down for their own trip. He wanted to fetch me the day that we agreed on.
Right. And then when your brother-in-law collected you, that was the next day. That was Friday the 28th.
Yeah, the Friday, yes.
Okay. And your admission to hospital was that?
Just overnight, yes.
That was overnight on the Friday night.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. All right. Thanks for that clarification. Then let's turn to your life post the death of your husband and the impact of the death on you and your family. I understand from your statement that you actually stayed in Cradock for quite a long period. Perhaps you can pick up the story post the death.
My lady, when this happened, we were already in Cradock now. I had to stay there for a while, not going back to where we were working. I stayed there for almost 3 months, trying to recollect myself, you know. But it was not easy at all. It was really difficult because our lives were so dismantled. My children were staying with me, with us in Old Suran. Now, I'm going to be alone, and I'm still in Cradock. I'm not yet back to work. My sister, who was teaching in Kingstown, the Bishop, took my daughter with her to stay with her in Bishop, and I have to leave Nsika in Cradock, you know, to attend a crash there. I went back with my sister-in-law, Ulindelwa. We stayed in Old Suran together. But the life was so harsh, I must say. It was really difficult. This particular day, you know, there was an unrest. Let me put it that way. Yeah, there was an unrest in Old Suran. There was a lady who was visiting in my house, you know, because we always had people visiting. Sometimes we'll give them space to stay with us for almost 3 months, especially the new teachers, because they were paid most after 3 months those days. We'll accommodate them until they get their salaries. When they get it, then they find accommodation for them. There was this lady who was visiting. You know, the police were all over, surrounding the whole township. When they surrounded the township, they were going from house to house. They came to my house as well. They found this lady, threw her into the van. They were all locked up in George. I still have, you know, memories of that lady saying, I don't even know this place. I don't know why they are arresting me. I'm just a visitor here. She stayed there in jail for a while. Not only that, and young children as well were arrested. As mothers, or the Bongoloti Women's League, we said we're going to take turns cooking for those children, especially those that don't have anyone to cook for them. Then we'll deliver food to them in George, in that jail. Yeah.
And even after the death of your husband, the police harassment, the raids of your house, did that continue?
The harassment started in Cradock. When I was still in Cradock, not even having buried him. I remember this policeman. He came, we were sitting in front with my father and other people, family people, you know. He came in and said, "Your son is dead," and then he walked out. You know, not caring a damn about our feelings. When I cried, my lady, my father-in-law tried to soothe me and said, "Nulita Mdanam, don't cry. Don't cry, the truth will come out one day." And then that was the situation in Cradock. And this other one came, this policeman, there were police everywhere most at that time. This other one came wearing the t-shirt of my husband, of my late husband, you know, and that disturbed us so much. To say, this policeman, where did he get this t-shirt from, you know? This
So
other
was
one,
that a t-shirt that belonged to your husband?
yes,
T-shirt
with the face of my,
With
yes,
his
my
face
lady.
on. All right.
A t-shirt with the face of my husband. This other one came again to our home there in Cradock, ripped off the ceiling. You know, it fell down, and then they say, where are the guns that are left by Stella? You know, and they didn't find any guns there. The harassment continued like that. You know, wherever I went in Cradock, driving that blue car of Stella, that blue Opel Kadett, I would see the police coming next to me, saying, Vakhanye, yes, or talking on that, what is it, that loudspeaker, saying that, yeah, the bloke at the ESD, is a part, Hofmeyer too. They're on their way to Hofmeyer. You know, I would be so scared because I didn't have a proper driver's license at the time. I was still having a learner's license. When my husband died, he was the one who was doing the driving. Now I had to step in and do the driving. My father-in-law encouraged me to try and get a license. I'm telling you, I went there for more than 7 times, failing every time. Sometimes I would say, Haibo, I don't understand. What is it that I've done wrong? 7 times until I got the license. When I got the license, we had to drive back with my sister-in-law. You know, I did mention this forward. I don't know whether I should. Maybe not. Ne?
Actually, we don't have to mention that story because
Yeah.
it's not really connected to
Sure.
the death of your husband.
Yeah. Now,
But you did mention also in your statement that the police would confiscate books and posters from your house, and I understand that was quite upsetting for you and your children.
you know, it still pains me the way they treated us in Old Suran. They will come at an ungodly hour, kick the doors, open up, and stop the dirt second. I would pretend as if we are not there. It's me and my 2 children, you know, it's a small, you know, I'll pretend as if we're not there. And then the other one say as here, on sin Opel Kadeki is beta card. Then I thought, oh dear me, now they know I am here. I would pretend as if I'm strong, though I was like in pieces. I would say, yeah, on SC, trying to put up a brave, whatever, response. My leader would say, yeah, on SC here. Then they open 12 midnight. They will scratch the kist where we normally keep our valuable stuff. Because I was keeping in this kist the sympathy cards that came from various people from various places. This other one kept on saying, "What's a kartjes is die?" And the other one said, "It's a dweeman, it's a kartjes," you know, trying to make me feel bad all the time. This man was shouting at me. We will ask, whose book is this? And every time I'll say it's Stelo's book. You know, they got a lot of material because he had his material at home, you know, banned material as well. Every time I'll say, no, it's Stelo's book, it's Stelo's book. And then this man said to me, weet jy wat? Die waarheid sal kom uit. You know, the truth will come out. I said to him, indeed, the truth will come out one day. Indeed, the truth will come out.
And I understand that you were particularly upset about a poster from the funeral that they decided to take away.
As they took those books and everything that they wanted to take, they took a nice poster. Others might remember it, those that were at Cradock in the funeral. A huge poster with all these comrades that were eliminated. And there was a message saying, stop apartheid killings. They took that poster as well. I was really upset about it. You know, when they come to my place, they will do all that they want to do, and sometimes they will take me as well and go with me. On this particular occasion, they took me to the security branch offices in town in Old Suran. When I got there, Babalwa was a wakker child. He's a wake-up child, you know. And then Babalwa said, immediately when they took me, he said to them, you have to bring back our mother. And Unsika also said the same thing, following the sister. He said, you must bring back our mother. They left with me. When they left with me, when we got to their offices, they then said, come and sign here. I said, what for? They said, we need to have your handwriting. Maybe one day you will be involved in making posters and pamphlets. I said, but they're not made by hand. They're made with a machine. So for that reason, there's no need for me to sign. And then this other one said, Latonza kikifat. There was no way that I could avoid that. They took a picture. I don't know what did they want to do about that one. When they take me away, leaving my children alone, that community was, as I said, it was a vibrant community. It was a loving community, a closely knitted community, my lady. Baba will pick up a phone and phone the advice office in some state and say, they've taken my mom away. Immediately, the comrades there will call the lawyers, Otala Oma, Johnny Tilange, and Mr. Naidu, and say they've taken Mrs. Mlali away from the children. And Jan van Eyck was also called, to intervene. He would say, please take that woman back to her children, and also that poster, because I emphasize that there's this poster that I like so much. They've taken it, but they never returned the poster.
Who was Jan van Eyck?
Jan van Eyck was a member of parliament. I don't know whether he was in a conservative party or what.
No, I think in those days he was with the Progressive Federal Party.
Federal Party, yes. He was working closely with the communities at that time, yes.
Mlali, just for the historical record, we will hand up a copy of the poster that was seized from the house. We'll do that later today. Mrs. Mlali, can we now turn to the first inquest? I understand you actually attended the proceedings of that first inquest. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And do you have any recollections of what transpired at the first inquest?
During that first inquest, it was shortly after December holidays, immediately after New Year. We got that message that we have to be in Port Elizabeth to attend that inquest. We were stuck in a way because our lawyers were all out, still on holiday. And there was a young man called Gqeberha. The lawyers arranged that he comes down to PE in order to persuade the magistrate to postpone the case. I remember Gqeberha really persuading this magistrate. I don't know whether he was a magistrate or judge, but he was persuading him. What. And Akbare was so harsh to this young lawyer. He shouted at this young lawyer, and he kept on persuading. Ultimately, he was able to. In court, what I can remember, they were conducting that session. When we ultimately came back for it, they were conducting it in Afrikaans. And I couldn't understand what was being said. I kept on saying to Mrs. Calata, Monde batini nguku. What are they saying now? And she would translate for me. That was the first inquest. That didn't find anybody accountable for the killing of our husbands.
Right. So that was quite difficult for you and the others who didn't understand Afrikaans to follow.
It was really frustrating at the time.
Incidentally, Mrs. Mlali, I think the young lawyer Kobus was Mr. Kobus Pienaar.
Yes, Kobus
time.
Pienaar. That's the young lawyer, yes.
Can we then turn to the second inquest that was held in the early 1990s? And do you have any important recollections of that inquest which you also attended?
Yes. I remember the second inquest. My lady. We were sitting there and questions were asked from the officials, I remember exactly this other man kept on saying, Every time he's asked a question, Ekani ondoni. No more. What is happening? He says he doesn't remember anything that was asked from him. But at the end of that inquest, at least Judge Zitzman
Yes.
pointed a finger at the security, though he couldn't really identify who the culprits were. Yes.
And you've already mentioned to Her Ladyship that you testified at the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, as did your daughter as well. You're aware that some of the killers and masterminds behind the Cradock Four murders applied for amnesty. Do you now know who exactly was involved in the murder of your husband?
That's a difficult question, that one, but I am going to respond to it, my lady. I went before the TRC with my daughter, Babala, who said she wants to be there as well, because we were uncertain about the situation. We were so nervous. We came down from Cape Town to East London. And when we got there, Babala said to me, I am also going to testify. I said, Babala, it's only old people who are going to testify. He said, I am going to testify because I know what has happened. And she did indeed testify, tabling what has been happening to us in our own house in Old Suran, because they will come at any time, take me, kick the doors and things like that. She testified to Babala. And when she testified, I remember Bishop Tutu asking her whether she's prepared to forgive those people or what. Babala raised the question saying, well, even if we're prepared to forgive, whom do we forgive? Because at that time we didn't know. He said, whom do we forgive? And then it ended there. I made my own statement as well. I tried to bring to the TRC, how badly these people were attacked. Reading from the post-mortem results, my lady, I realized that Ustalu had more than 25 stab wounds on his chest, 7 stab wounds at his back. There was a long cut along the throat. They cut his hand, they ripped off his hand, this right hand. And I was asking, what was happening? I wish someone can tell us, what have they done about that hand? Because we buried him without his hand,
Milady, the post-mortem report of the late Mr. Mlali is in the current record at A43. And it does confirm the evidence of Mrs. Mlali in respect of those injuries. And Mrs. Mlali, through the amnesty process, did you get to learn who was responsible for your husband's death?
Yes, my lady. Taylor was mentioned there. Goduka Mgoduka, a surgeon, and also Mr. Faku was mentioned there. I can't remember the other one. My sister-in-law was also sitting in that amnesty, in that hearing about amnesty. She remembers very well what Taylor said, that he said Stella was in his group. They were divided into groups to go and kill these people. And there were these 2 guys as well that were part of that group that killed Stella. Now I know who killed Stella.
Yes. So the other 2 who were mentioned are sergeants in the security branch, Faku and Mogaduka.
Yes.
Mlali, we can also refer to the amnesty application of Mr. Saki van Sale. It's Exhibit D, item 61.1. And he confirms that the two sergeants, Faku and Mogaduka, were involved in the killing of Mr. Mlali. Mrs. Mlali, post her death, you now became a single parent. You remained a single parent for the rest of the upbringing of your children. Can you just briefly describe how that experience was to lose your husband in that fashion and then have to bring up your children on your own?
My lady, it was a very difficult situation to be on your own, to bring up children. We were staying in Old Suran, as I said. There was a lot of harassment there. I decided to leave Old Suran by night, not even telling other people. To me, it was a way of running away from this harassment, that it was so consistent. Even if I pick up a phone and call my father and say, Dada, we are coming on holiday now. It's school holidays. We are now getting into the car. Even before I lock the door, they will come and say, where are you going to? I have to sit back. You know, then they ask me questions, my lady. Where are you going to? Give us a full detailed address. We need to know where you are. That continued, you know. Even if I'm not there, they will go and look through the windows. My neighbors, as I said, the community was a closely knit community. Those people are very loving. They will come to my house and look through the windows. There was a neighbor of ours. This young man would always watch. When I come back, say, ma'am, they were here. They were peeping through the windows. And I wanted to see what is it that they're going to do. Sometimes when they come to my house, I'm trying to detail the harassment that really pushed me to be out of Old Suran. Besides just taking me, they will shout at me, bark at me, you know. And until I said to this other man, my lady, I don't even know where they get the guts from. I said to him, since you came in this house, you've been barking at me. Will you please stop barking at me? And then, for a change, he sat down and he asked me.
Can you just pause for a moment?
Yeah.
Please continue.
He sat down and asked me, can I smoke? I said, okay, fine, it's okay. That is also reflected in Babalwa's statement. You know, I said, it's fine.
Mrs. Mlali, we're going to have to wrap up shortly,
Okay.
but I understand that in the end you decided to move out of Old Suran for your benefit and the benefit of your children. Can you just briefly explain where you went to and what you did?
As I said, my lady, it was a way of running away from those people, from that harassment. I just left our house there, you know. We had a house that we built on our own in terms of buying bricks from those houses that were broken down. You know, we built our own house. Even everybody was participating, all of us. We were carrying the bricks into the van, you know. Even the little one, Nsika, I think he was 2, 3, he was also assisting, you know. You know, we had that attachment to that house, but we had to leave it there. I took my children, put them in the car. I said, let us go to Cape Town. In fact, I didn't even discuss with them. I just put them in my car, my lady. When we got to Worcester area, you know, my senses now came back to say, you are going to Cape Town. Who do you know there? Where are you going to stay? I sat down, I said to them, let us take a break and rest for a while. In the meantime, I was thinking, who's going to accommodate us? Fortunately, in my mind, I thought about this lady who was called Magritte. He was very supportive throughout, in all these challenges. I phoned her on a public phone. Magritte, we are on our way. Okay? We don't have a place to stay with my children. I said, no, I will accommodate you. But there are strict rules. I'm not going to give you the key because my house is, people broke into my house more than twice. So if I leave at 5, you also have to leave and wait in the car. If I come back at 6, you also have to come back at that time.
Mrs. Mlali, sorry to interrupt you.
Yes.
And it is reflected in your statement that you moved to Cape Town, how difficult it was. You had to go through multiple jobs and challenges. Can we move to the last question from me? It's now been some 40 years since the brutal murder of your husband. You're aware that several individuals were refused amnesty for the murders. There have been no prosecutions. We're now 40 years and a third inquest has now started. How has that impacted you and your family, this long journey to closure?
Yeah. It has been a very difficult journey, my lady. We've been like feeling empty all the time because we're still grieving. The grief was within us. We never processed the grief in time, and we never even had time to mourn properly. So it was really difficult. Now I moved to Cape Town with my children in an unknown environment. I went to school. I was under the pretense that I really need to study further in order to close the gap, so that I can earn a salary that is better than what I'm earning. But I must tell you, it was really difficult in that school because I was not focusing most of the time. But I was trying to hide the pain that I was having from my other colleagues or classmates. But there was this lady called Joan. She said to me, "But why do you look so pensive?" I was hearing for the first time about that term, pensive, but I knew she's seeing something in me. I was miserable most of the time. Even the books were making me more miserable because it was tough. But I was, through the grace of God, I managed to obtain that diploma that I went there for, remedial education, and I decided to continue studying because I was enjoying to be away from that place. I registered with my first degree. After my first degree, I registered again with a B.Ed. And then I got a teaching post. It was difficult, even though I had that teaching post, because on the final year, I felt like, no, I need to get some money now. I must try and get a post whilst I'm studying at the same time. I would go to school and work all day. Then in the evening, I will run back, take a bus or a train, and even my young learners knew that, "Ma'am, you mustn't miss your train." They will take my books and run with me to the train. I'll go back. When I get there, I'm so tired and sweaty. Others will ask me, "Why?" I said, "No, man, I'm working in another factory. I'm trying to make ends meet." So it was difficult. Ubabalwa, as the older one, he was already in high school, a high school that was very close to where we stayed in Mowbray. I went to Mr. Idis's and requested for accommodation for her to be admitted in his school. I said, "Mr. Idis, I don't have money to pay for the fees of my daughter."
Mrs. Mlali, I'm sorry to interrupt again. This aspect is reflected in your statement.
Okay.
Before we close, is there anything specific that you wish to add or bring to the attention of the court?
Yes. My lady, as I said, our life with my husband was abruptly stopped. We had our own dreams. We had our own wishes. We would sit and talk and say, when we reach old age, we will sit in front in our veranda and read newspapers, and exchange even reading classes. He liked to make a joke about
Hopefully
it.
not to false teeth as well.
Yes, yes, my lady. You know, those were the dreams that we were having. But now all that was stopped. Even before I left my house in Old Suran, Cape Town, I'm living in a flat. Cradock, I don't have my own house. It's really difficult. When I go to Cradock, I have to get accommodation somewhere, because I don't have my own accommodation. Though I'm calling Cradock my home, my children don't have a home in Cradock. That's one of the things that bothers me. I'm saying I must talk about it howardly, It's a big problem that I always talk about, even when I talk to my other fellow widows, like Nomonde. I say, hey, I thought that when I retire, I'll be in Cradock, but I'm still stuck here in Cape Town because I don't have my own accommodation, my lady. That's what I wanted to.
Thank you, Mrs. Mlali. We commend you for your courage and your fortitude over so many years. No further questions, Mlali.
Thank you. Any questions for Mrs. Mlali?
No questions for none. No questions.
Thank you, Mrs. Kuman.
Only just a clarity.
Clarity, okay.
In your statement, it is mentioned that there was a strike that took place in Dimbaza after the death of Mohapi Mapetla. Was there any relationship between your husband and Mohapi Mapetla?
You know what happened? During that time, when the students embarked on a strike, Mohapi Mapetla was known by everybody, And the students wanted to have a memorial service, a protest, because they know that it was not a natural death. There was a relationship with them, in so much that, I must say, even during Steve Biko's funeral, we went there. Stella was there. He's the one who said, let's go to Steve's funeral. So these people were known to him as comrades.
Then after that protest, your husband was arrested. Was he arrested?
Yes, he was taken to the cells in Dimbaza.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us, is there any activity that took place in Cradock a day preceding the death of your husband?
Yes, I forgot about that one, my lady. I know we were at Cradock on holiday. He came back late that particular day. I was upset. When he came, I was angry with him. And then he said to me, you better not be angry because you don't know what happened to us, my lady. And he told me, he narrated a story. They were in Takastad with Matthew. And the police, intercepted them. But what was strange is that they put them in different cells. As they were in different cells, after a while, it was late at night, someone came and released them. That was before their murder. Now, when they were murdered, I answered my questions that I never had answers for. I said, okay, they probably thought that if we arrest them now, our plan that we already having will fall apart, my lady. That's the incident that happened. Even in Old Suran, when the learners and other people in the Kobe had that, these people were killed. They embarked on a strike. There was a huge strike in Old Suran. Children were killed again there. About 3 children were killed by the police, my lady.
So when you make reference to the plan, that their plans were going to fall apart if they had killed them at that time, do you think there were plans that were in place that they wanted to execute, but they didn't know when to execute those plans.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. Probably they had a plan to execute that plan of killing them, because I believe they knew that there was these meetings that Matthew went to. I don't know whether it was on Wednesdays or what days, but there were regular meetings that he went to. That's why I'm saying, okay, they thought that that plan would be jeopardized if they do keep them there.
Yes. You mentioned for the first time surveillance that when you were in Johannesburg, Jesse Duarte came and said you were under surveillance.
Yes.
Did you experience a surveillance before that meeting with your husband, or in your community, or in Old Suran?
Well, the surveillance, as I said, was regular in Old Suran and in Cradock as well. As I said, they would even come to my husband and say, sometimes it's people that you don't even know, and talk to him and say, Isha, get out of the politics. You are serious.
So it was not for the first time that you experienced surveillance, as it was communicated to you by
At
Jesse
that time,
Duarte?
yes.
Okay. Then the other clarity that I wanted to check from you, did you ever receive a counseling after the death of your husband?
Yeah. My lady, we never got any counseling. We never got any counseling. It's really difficult even for my children to pull themselves together. Especially Wabala. Even your character has changed. We never got any, though we were promised about counseling, but we never received any counseling. The only thing that I did when I was at school was falling apart, and then I spoke to my principal, when I was working for SASA. I spoke to the general manager, said, I really need to consult with someone using the resources of the department. They sent me to this lady, my lady. She consulted with me. When I related my story to her, she's the first person to break down. She broke down, completely broke down. And I thought, this is not helping me at all.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you, my lady.
Thank you. Your children, I think they will talk for themselves in relation to that as well, because I see that they will give evidence. But my last question is, did you receive, let me ask it this way. Is there at any stage where you thought that there was a relationship between the harassment that took place in Dimbaza, King Williamstown, and the harassment that proceeded and took place in Old Suran, and the harassment that took place in Cradock? Do you think there was a relationship between all
I
those
think,
harassments?
but I'm not sure, but I think there was, because, these people are communicating all the time, knowing that this person now left Dimbaza, he's gone somewhere else to another place. Even us, when we moved from Old Suran to Cape Town, as I said, there were cars that would be parked in front of our house, not knowing who these people are, until I went to the authorities there at the residence to say, please move me from this, because I was so scared all the time. I said, please move me from this flat. Give me another accommodation, because there's that car. Every day that car is parked there in front of my window. Every day. And this man is looking straight into our house.
So do you think there was an authority that was giving instructions wherever you are, from Dimbaza, Old Suran, Cradock? There was someone who was giving instruction to all these people. Is that your evidence?
Do you think the witness will be able to answer the question, Mr.
That one is difficult. I was going to say that.
That was my last question. Yes, let me reply.
Thanks, Mlali. We were about to express concern that the witness wasn't being invited to speculate. Mlali, nothing on re-examination. if there's nothing further, then perhaps this witness can be excused and we can take the tea
Let me
adjournment.
just ascertain that there are no questions arising from the re-examination.
No, no.
All right. Mrs. Mlali, thank you very much for your time. You are excused. Thank you. Okay. Can you also take 15 minutes tea adjournment at this stage?
As the court please.
To adjourn for 15 minutes?
All right.
State your full names for the record, sir. Please swear that the evidence you're about to give is nothing else but the truth, and if so, raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Suleiman.
Thank you, Mlali. Mr. Mlali, the statement in front of you dated 26th May 2025, do you confirm that it is your statement?
Yes, I do.
Lady, that's Exhibit F7.
Yes, we got it.
Mr. Mlali, can you please explain to her ladyship who you are?
Okay, I'm Mlali. I work in a retail shop. Currently living in Claremont with my mom and my son.
Mr. Mlali, would you mind raising your voice, please, for those so the court can hear you?
Okay, no problem.
And you are the son of Mr. Sicelo Mlali.
Yes, Sicelo Mlali is my father.
How old were you when Mr. Mlali passed away?
In 1985, when Sicelo passed away, I was 3 years old. So I don't really have a memory of, like, I only have a faint memory of him. I don't know him. Because, yeah, when he passed away, when he got killed, we were staying in Old Suran. We were staying in Old Suran, yes. Him, I don't have a memory of him. What I remember about him is someone who liked to take us out. He used to love singing as well to us, struggle songs. Yeah. And the day he was murdered, and the day before he was murdered, he sang to me the whole day until I fell asleep. And it was the last day I'm gonna see him. Staying, he was someone at home in Old Suran. Our home was always full of people. So the home, to me, the people that were at home, it was like an extended family to me. I thought so, but I only found out later that those people were actually people my father was assisting financially with their education, assisting them with food, books. Yeah. So to me, those people were like family. When like my father passed away, we had to move from Old Suran because of the harassment we went through as a family. So that ripped us away from a community that we were close to. It was a commute, so we had to move to Cape Town. So the community we were really close to, and they really loved us, and we also really loved them as well.
And I hear you say you don't have much memory of your father, but your statement sets out one core memory that you shared with your father, an experience with toys.
Oh yeah, yeah. My father, when we would go shopping, there's a shop I really liked. That shop had a toy section. I would run immediately go into that shop. I would run to that section and play with the toys. There was these things that were like the scooters. Those things are the favorite. I would ride up and down in the passages with those things. My mom would try to stop me, but my father would insist that he should let me go, let me just play with the stuff because all the other kids were playing with it. So yeah, my father is someone who really wanted us to be treated equally. So he didn't, because then it was white kids who were playing with those things. So he didn't see the reason why I can't play with them.
And you mentioned as well living in Old Suran, and you spoke about the harassment by police?
Yes. Yeah, we were constantly harassed by police, you know, told my mom. The cops would come at any time. They would take my mom away and guess for questioning, because I was still young then. So they would take her, at times they would come in the night and they'd ransack the house and keep us awake all night. Meanwhile, in the morning, the following day, we still need to go to school. So we'd be tired the following day in school. Yeah. And yeah. And then the harassment happened so much that my mom couldn't take it. When we went to Cape Town, it was never planned. I didn't even know that we were going to Cape Town. We just drove to Cape Town. And as my mom said, we stopped somewhere when we were in Cape Town. To me, I thought, okay, my mom is taking a rest. Maybe she was just taking a rest so we can continue the trip after. In a way, I could say I was excited because I'm going on a road trip, whereas we are running away. You know? But the confusing part about it to me was I was in pajamas, so I didn't understand how do I go on a road trip in pajamas.
And that confusion and emotions that were evoked from it seem to have been a threat that you have faced for the rest of your life.
Yes, I could tell, because I grew up angry as well. I was a very angry kid because of what happened to my father.
Can you share?
Yes.
Please take your time.
Yeah, I was angry, but I'm still angry though, because nothing else was ever done to my land, to the people that had murdered my father. So now I'm angry at the state. But why? They never did it.
Just take your time. You can take a seat if you wish.
Can I get something to drink, please? Thank you, sir. As I was saying, because now I have a son. My son, he was doing a project for school on Heroes of South Africa. So he decided to research on his grandfather and write his project on his grandfather. When he came home that day, he had a question. He asked, well, why weren't these people arrested? Why didn't anything be done to them in this 40 years? But at the same time, he had answered himself. He said he understands before 94, it was still oppression, apartheid. They wouldn't prosecute themselves, the people that done it. But then he still had a question, but why after 94, nothing was done? I didn't have the answer for him. There was no answer.
And this anger that you speak about, did it affect you in school?
Yes, it affected me in school because teachers at school saw me as someone who didn't want to cooperate, someone who was angry. Yes, and I was angry because now I didn't understand. Like, I went to a multiracial school, so I was also suspicious of the teachers if they are really genuine to me or not, or they're just pretending to be. So that made me have that the distance between me and the teachers and to be unresponsive, I could say.
And you also mentioned in your statement that these emotions also impacted you when you went on your cultural and ritual journeys.
Yes, it did have an impact on me. Because when I had to go to initiation school, that's a process that you have to have your father with you. I didn't have. I didn't have a father to come, but at least I had my uncle. My uncle was there for me. My uncle was there and my father's brother. So that made things a little bit easier for me. At least I had someone. But my uncle, my father's brother, he passed away also. Now I'm still, and now I'm his brother. He was the last male figure who was directly related to my father. Now I'm left with I'm the only male figure now that's left at home. In the cultural duties that I have to carry out, I didn't get the opportunity to be taught how to do those things. Now I'm left with having to ask people that would be in the same tribe as me to assist in such things. And of course my uncle he also assists. So.
Excuse me. And do you recall the TRC process?
In the TRC, I remember that my sister, I recall her, she testified, my sister. She spoke about what we went through as a family. But what stood out for me, the one thing that stood out that my sister said was, I think there was a statement that was made by Nelson Mandela, former president, where he said, we must forgive and forget. My sister said, yes, we can forgive, but we will never forget. And who do we forgive? So yeah, and I feel the same now. Well, we can. Whereas now, there is not even anyone of the people that murdered my father. Yeah, we can forgive, but we'll never forget.
Since the TRC process, has anybody from the state or law enforcement or army,
we have never.
Sorry, I did not get the question, Mr. Suleiman.
Didn't really. Has any of them contacted you?
No, we have never been contacted by anyone since my father's death. It's only after, I think it was in 2019, when Lukhanyo kicked off the process with FHR, that we were contacted. And we got assistance from FHR for this process we're going through now.
And Mr. Mlali, before we conclude, there was a statement you made that we were only invited to events. I do not want more ceremonies.
Yes, we've been invited to numerous times to awards and events. But those awards are not bringing justice. They're not. So now we don't need any more events. We'd rather have justice to be served for our fathers.
And in conclusion, Mr. Mlali, is there anything else that you'd like to share?
There's a thing. Well, one thing I think my mom should have mentioned. There was a time before my father was killed, 6 months before, she described this guy as a tall white man had come to the home to sell her a funeral policy. So my mom refused it, told him no, she doesn't need it. And the man said to my mom, "Don't come crying to me when your husband is dead." So that indicated to me that man knew something, but I don't know what the name of the man is. My mom also doesn't remember. So it indicated he knew that something was going to happen to my father. Yeah, that's.
Thank you, Mr. Mlali. Mlali, that is the evidence.
Any questions for Mr. Mlali? Thank you. Thank you very much for your time, Mr. Mlali. You are excused.
Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Suleiman? Yes, Mr. Suleiman.
Mlali, the next witness is Mr. Gqeberha Zonke.
Okay, when you are ready, can you please state your full names for the record?
Thank you, my lady. My name is Tobani, and my surname is Zonke.
You have no objection to taking the prescribed oath?
No objection.
All right. Can you please swear that the evidence you're about to give will be nothing else but the truth, and raise your right hand to signify that and say, "So help me God"?
I swear the information that I'm going to give will be the truth, only the truth.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Zonke. Yes, Mr. Suleiman.
As Mlali pleases. Mr. Zonke, there is a statement in front of you that stated the 9th of May 2025.
That's correct, Mrs.
Do you
Suleiman.
confirm that that is your statement?
Yes, it is my statement.
Pardon me, the 29th.
29th,
of May.
yes. Yeah, 29th of May.
Lady, that is Exhibit F6.
Thank you. Yes, I've got that. Yes.
Mrs. Zonke, can you explain to the court who you are? Can you explain to the court who you are?
Oh, I'm Gqeberha Zonke. I qualified as a teacher, but currently I work as a social entrepreneur, meaning that I'm working in the field of NGOs, helping orphan and vulnerable children. That's what I'm doing. I'm still in employment.
And what is your relationship to Mr. Sicelo Mlali?
I am related to Stelo. He is my brother-in-law, having married my sister.
Mr. Zonke, how did you know the Cradock Four?
The person that I know very well is Fort Calata. And obviously my brother-in-law, and I also know Matthew, but not as deep as Fort Calata. Fort Calata and myself, we were servers in the church. I know him from the days when we were altar boys. His grandpa was the reverend of our church, and my father was a deacon on the farm in one of the church. The church is called Semaphore. We gotten to know each other very well because the church would start and end, but the real church will only start after the church, because we would impersonate our parents. Fort would be the reverend and I'll be the deacon. And all the kids whose parents were attending the church will be the congregant. So we would do every service that was done. A night before, I would prepare a mixer drink, which is called, back in the days, it was an exa. Unfortunately, the young ones, they wouldn't know what is exa. That was a mixer drink which was used on those days. And we'd actually have a bread, slice of bread that would give to the congregant. The part that we loved most was the Holy Communion. We'll do the Holy Communion, and then our church will be done. And then 1975, I went to Linge. Linge is a township outside of Queenstown. And most of the people who are in Linge are actually ex-prisoners. It's hidden right behind the mountains. You won't see it if you drive on the freeway towards Cathcart. It's hidden there. And all the guys were there, were people who were coming from Robben Island and so on, were political prisoners. I went to that school. My uncle was there. But when my mother took, and my parents decided to take me there, it wasn't because of the political setup. The reason they took me there, it was the fact that where we come from Cradock, we were speaking Afrikaans, Xhosa, and all that. So my language, it was just the mixture of all the languages in English. Mm-hmm. So they were concerned because I didn't have a language that I could attach to. So they took me over there to learn Xhosa and be among people who exclusively speak Xhosa, although I was a laughing stock because of my accent. Then after that, after I've qualified, it was in the primary school. Then I moved to Lingelihli, which was the high school. And then 1978, I gotten a scholarship from the from the Council of Churches, which was covering for my boarding and boarding as well, tuition and everything. So I had to look for a boarding school. It's only then I decided to go to Thembelabantu in King Williamstown, where my brother-in-law was a teacher at King Williamstown. A Zwedisha, by the way. So I went to study there.
And when you say brother-in-law, who is your brother-in-law?
My brother-in-law is Mlali. And I also have to mention this. Between Cradock and Takastad, there was no train. There was a railway bus that would take us from Cradock to Takastad, and then from Takastad to Queenstown would be a train. And then from Queenstown, we'll go to the various villages, schools which were in the villages. And there was a culture. If you are a newcomer, you'll be initiated. I guess everybody knows that one. We were initiated, but Fort, he always protected me. I was never bullied. I was never actually initiated because, that was the situation. At least the initiation started the moment you leave your home.
Yes.
So from Cradock to Queenstown, I was 100% safe. Because once we get to Queenstown, Fort will take his bus going to the Transkei. I'm not sure which school he was going to. And then I would go to my school. Then I wouldn't escape the initiation there.
Thank you for that background, Mr. Zonke. Yes?
And who put Matthew? Obviously, I just knew him because he was a teacher. He was a popular figure and also a very active figure. Mm-hmm. So I know him. I know on the basis of it. There was no way that you could miss him because he was very popular. He was very active, approachable man.
Can we then move to June 1985? Mrs. Mlali's evidence was that she was staying at your home on the 27th of June, 1985.
Yes. We stay in New Brighton, that's our home, my lady, in the street 36 Mendy Road. Mendy Road leads to the main artery in the township of New Brighton, which is Ferguson Road. And Matthew's brother stayed at Ferguson Road and we're staying at Mendy Road. And then from Mendy Road to Ferguson, you go through a close, what they call Ikhanga. So there was Ikhanga Pomela, then it was very easy. It's about 500, 800 meters away from home. So when the Cradock team came in search of the bodies, the morning when they arrived, the understanding was that the 4 activists are missing. The possibilities were that they might be arrested, so there should be a team that will go around and look in all the jails or police stations. Obviously, when they are arrested, they'll go through a police station and they will be registered. Then they had to go there. Alternatively, they could be injured badly if they were in an accident or they were manhandled, and they would be in the hospitals. So the whole idea was to also go to the hospitals. And then, I don't know, but this one, and also there was an understanding that we need to go and do a search. And unfortunately, from the group and the people who were there at that point in time, none of them knew PE because they were coming from Cradock. So I was an ideal person to help, especially with the hunt of the bodies. So we got in the car. It was myself, Umzamo that I saw for the first time, and Mr. Square, which I got to know later, because it was the first time seeing, no, it wasn't the first time, but Mr. Square and Upraveza, that is a big brother to Matthew. We drove to Kucha, because they didn't know where Kucha is. Kucha is bordered by the N2 and the Ado Road, which leads to Motherwell. And then that area is called Kucha. So it's just a stretch with thicket and all that. Should I go and explain as to what happens, or?
Yes,
or should I stop before I get into that?
I just want to know what date was this?
The date, it could have been the 28th or the 29th of June. But what I can assure you, it was during school holidays, because I was a teacher.
Okay.
So it was during school holidays. I remember we actually closed a Friday past, so I was basically on holidays when this happened.
In Mr. Lukhanyo Calata's evidence and in his affidavit, the evidence was that Mr. Conto and Mr. Mlali's bodies were found on the 29th of June, and Mr. Gqeberha and Mr. Calata's bodies were found on the 2nd of July.
Perhaps the question I would ask, they were found by whom? Because I dispute the fact that we never found them on the 2nd. We found them before the 2nd. So I think the question is, they were found by whom?
Mlali, might I hand up these exhibits? These was distributed at the inspection in loco. These are maps and images distributed by Captain Jones.
Any objection to the handing up of the maps?
No.
Is this the map of the area that Mr. Zonke has just described?
Yes, Mlali. This is the first A3 page was distributed by Captain Jones and was described as the map by Sergeant Lotz. In it is marked letters A to E, of which describes where the vehicle pardon me, A describes where the body of Mr. Conto is, B describes where the vehicle was, C describes where the body of Mr. Mlali was found, and D and E is where the bodies of Mr. Gqeberha and Calata were found. The second two pages, Mlali, are extracts from Captain Jones's bundle. Image 60 is a snapshot of where the inspection in local was held to view where it is alleged that Mr. Gqeberha and Calata's bodies were found. And image 78 is a drone hawk-eye view of the area of Gqeberha as it is today. Mlali, for this court's convenience, I drew grid lines on it so that Mr. Zonke can take you through much easier on the search.
Yes, Mr. Sullivan.
Thank you, Mlali.
I don't know whether the conversation took place in Cradock or it took place at Professor's place before they came over to my home. But I was well positioned to actually help them with the search in the Gqeberha area.
And did you proceed to the Gqeberha area?
Yes, we proceeded to the area.
Now, in front of you is image 78.
Yes. Image 48.
78. Mr.
Sorry,
Zonke.
excuse me, 78. At the top where you see the letters A to M, they are basically, those letters are on the ocean or on the ocean line. And then the numbers 1 to 10 are actually on the landscape, on the land, on the land itself. When we actually went there, we drove through, there's one entrance that leads to Gqeberha racetrack in the direction of A and 1. That is in that direction, that road.
From which direction?
From, I would say, okay, let us say, the numbers on your right-hand side, I would say, let me say for now, is the east. And then the numbers on the left, I would say, is the west. And then the letters on top of the grid, I would say that is north. And then the letters at the bottom, I would actually say it's south, just for direction purpose, so that we could be on the same page. So we went up the road. The road is at 6 and L, actually the traffic circle. If you continue without turning, you go towards the Gqeberha. But if you turn left, that is towards 7 7K. 7K, that means you take an off-road. So we went down that off-road, and then further down at about 8, on the grade 8 and J, we found the Honda Ballet which was gutted.
Is that the spot marked H?
The spot marked H, that's right, my lady. The spot marked H is where we found the Honda Ballet, which was gutted, and you could still feel the smell of the gas was still there, you know. And then that gave us hope. That gave us hope because we checked if the bodies were actually in the car. The car was touched with the bodies, but it was very clear that it wasn't touched with the bodies. But we would have assumed that they would be in the car, the bodies, and they were not there. But it gave us hope. And then we started to walk.
Before you walk, Mr. Zonke, do you confirm that H is where the car, where it's marked by Captain Jones?
I confirm. I agree 100% that it's where the car was.
And can you explain to the court the state of the car? You did mention it was gutted.
The state of the car, it was, first of all, you could tell that it was dosed with a flammable liquid and set alight. And then it was burned. Any material that is burnable, it was burnt, and then only the frame, the metal frame was left. But it was also burnt because of the fire, because it was in fire, but it never burned to a point whereby it melted. So it only the frame that was actually left as it is.
Okay.
Is that explanation sufficient, my lady?
Yes.
Regarding the car?
Okay, it should be.
And after you noticed the car, you said you began to walk.
Yes.
In which direction did you begin to
yes.
walk?
We walked, on the map, we walked towards H and 8. There's a road, you know, on the road. We walked on that road. And then further down on that road, we started to see the vegetation. It was trampled on. People have walked on the vegetation. You could actually see that. That is when we actually got into the thicket. The whole area that is from on the other side of this small road, from G all the way to A, it's thicket. It's a bushy area with a lot of vegetation. When we got in there, we saw that there was sort of a path formed by the walking of the people, you know. And then we walked a bit into the thicket. When we got in the thicket, I would say, after we walked about between 500, 800 meters, it's where we saw the bodies, 2 bodies, which were lying alongside, not 100% alongside, you know, but adjacent to each other, you know. They were burnt, they were charred.
Can you identify on this grid?
On the grid, I would say more or less it was on F and 8, F8, at cardinal point F8. More or less.
Mr. Zonke, I just want to step back a bit before we get to those bodies. The car that was gutted, did you recognize it as Mr. Gqeberha's or a car belonging to Mr. Gqeberha?
Yes, okay, let me put it this way. I recognize it was a Honda Ballet. But you cannot say it's actually Mr. Gqeberha. But the Cradock guys team confirmed that it is actually, hence there was hope. There was hope that we are going to find their bodies around there or whatever. But they were confident that it was Matthew's car.
Thank you. And now let's get back to And from the car, when approaching the bodies in grade F8, did you have to cross the road that's indicated on G7?
Yes, remember I said we walked a bit on the road, and then the only thing that actually directed us to go into the thicket was the vegetation that was trampled. Then we actually went into that, at that point, we got into the thicket, into the bushy area.
Okay.
Yeah. And then when we got into the bushy area, that's where
Did
we
you have to
actually-
cross the road? That was the question.
Yes, we did cross the road.
Thank you.
I guess when you say we crossed the road, we mean the road which is on H and 7, because it forms some kind of a V.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the road I'm talking about, that we crossed. Because we walked from the car in the road, which I indicate as H7. We walked on that road up. Towards, okay, to make it simple, we're walking toward parallel the Gqeberha road. So we're walking towards Gqeberha, but on a parallel road as it is. And then until such time we saw this vegetation which was actually hurt by the movement of people or the trampling of the leg of the shoes. Then it gave us an indication where to get in and where to start searching. And then indeed, I would say approximately between 500 and 800 meters, that's where we saw the bodies, you know. And then in the area where we found the bodies, you could see there was shuffle and struggle. In Xhosa, we say ingushu. There was, struggle and wrestling which was going on because the vegetation was more hurt than just walking on the vegetation. If I can explain, if I'm trying to make myself explicit on that one. And then that's where we found the bodies. And then that gave us hope. If these are the two bodies, the other two bodies could be more or less in the same area. It's only then how the strategy was, we actually spread from this point to the west and then move in the same direction towards Gqeberha, parallel to the, but at different areas, no, and then scan that particular area and comb that area. And that it was at that point, whilst we were actually scanning, unfortunately or fortunately, I was on the extreme, closer to this road we just spoken about, and then next to me was Umzamo, and then it was the two elderly men on the other side, on the other side.
Mr. Zonke, before we go to that section,
Okay.
To the two bodies, the burnt bodies that did you notice? Did you recognize those bodies?
With the help of the Cradock team, the elderly people, they say indeed, the sign, because they know Mlali, they know Sparrow, they know Fort, and they know Uput Matthew.
Mm-hmm.
They said indeed these are the bodies of Matthew and Fort, because they were more slender than the two other guys. They could tell that. And also judging from their height. Remember, they were always together. They know each other very well. So they could identify them as actually being Fort and Put Matthew.
Were there any other indications that the team recognized?
Yeah, remember, first of all, this was a shock. And we're anxious to see the other two. So there was no long discussion about it. The only discussion, these are the guys. Are they the guys? And then they confirm among themselves that these are the guys. And then let's get on the search for the two, because at least we found these two. If we need to inspect and actually interrogate our finding and all that, we can do that later. But let us get on to searching for the other two bodies.
How far apart were these bodies?
Matthew and Fort?
Yes.
They were more of a, I think this is from here to there. It's not, I would say 300 meters. 100 meters from 100 meters. These are 100 meters, so just over 100 meters.
Can't
Do
be.
you mean?
Okay?
Do you mean hundreds? How,
Oh, okay. Pointing off. 1, 2, 3. It was about 3 steps away from each other.
so, Mr. Zonke, you walked away from the mic. So, for purposes of the transcript, how many steps was it, or how many paces was it?
It was approximately 3 steps away, 3 to 4 steps away from each other.
And in what position? Excuse me. Do you recall what position these bodies were laying in?
Ms. Suleiman, I can't recall 100% if they were lying on their back or lying on their side or what. Remember, this was a traumatic situation, more especially for me. It was for the first time in my life seeing somebody who's been shot and dead. So to decode everything and actually keep everything in the mind, those nitty-gritty details, it was tough. It was tough to take it. The scene of them, it was traumatic. It was shock and traumatic.
If I remember well, during the inspection in Loco, you indicated that you must have been the youngest of the group.
Yes, I was the youngest of the group. At that point, I was the youngest of the group.
How old were you at the time?
I was 24 years. Not tough enough.
Okay, then, Mr. Zonke, let's then move to that next segment in which you indicated in your evidence, after you saw the 2 bodies, you began the search for the second 2 bodies.
So we started to search, and then once we were searching, I saw 2 white men who were, who were coming towards the thicket, and they saw me. They came so close, they saw me, and I saw them.
Can you indicate to the court on this diagram approximately where you saw those white men approaching you?
I would say more or less at E6, round about E6. And then there were 2 of them, and the first question was, what are you doing here? It was in Afrikaans.
Were these men, did these men have any particular dressing?
No, they were dressed as civilians. These guys were dressed as civilians. They were not wearing uniforms or anything, but they were just civilians. And back in the days, you could tell somebody who's actually in the police or in the police profession. Their demeanor, the way they walk, the way they address, and everything, even the way they shave. I'm telling you, you could tell. If you had a couple of rubbing shoulders with them, you'll know them. You can actually tell immediately. You tell immediately. I could tell, and my gut feeling told me, this is just the ordinary men, white men who are actually these 2 guys, and they've got any potential. They asked me in Afrikaans, "Watsuge iso?" And I had to respond in Afrikaans to hoping that they would be more softer with me rather than speaking English or culture. And then the other one said, no, skitum, do it. And I've just seen people being dead. Now, out of the blue, skitum, do it. It's easier, could be one of those guys. Because I've just seen it right now, 2 people dead. And this one is actually out of any provocation. And I was trying to be this kind boy who was actually respond to any, but I knew, should I mention the name of the Cradock Four, I'll be in trouble. So I said, no, I'm looking for my father's goats. Yet my father didn't even have goats. I was just trying to cover my back. And the other one said, no, hang on. Don't rush about shooting him. He asked me, what have you seen? I said, no, I've seen nothing. I'm still looking for the goats. I haven't seen not a single goat. I thought my statement, my narrative should be around the goat, nothing else. I said, no, I'm still looking for the goats. I haven't seen any goat so far. And I said, let us, then they spoke in a softer language, sort of whispering to one another. I don't know now the whisper what it was all about, but the next moment I was just grabbed by the arm, taken to a van, which was parked in front of the in front of this guttered car, and then I was put in that van. Now it's not the ordinary police van; it's a truck. It's a truck. You can literally stand up in that truck. It's a truck. And when I got in there, it made me even fear more because I could see the shovels and I saw the inmates. Because unfortunately, the inmates, they were still in their uniforms, in their green, rough khaki stuff. And then I knew I'm gone. From here, definitely, this is not the place where I'm going to say goodbye, kiss goodbye to my life. I'm going to be taken somewhere. And these shovels are going to be used to bury me or whatever.
And Mr. Zonke, when you say that you're put into the truck, is this the back of the truck?
It's the back of the truck. I was thrown into the back of the truck.
And the shovels and the inmates, you noticed, were in that same truck?
They were also in the back of the truck.
How long were you in the truck for?
When you talk of inmates, is that prison inmates?
Prisoners. Because the uniforms, why I say they're prisoners? The uniforms, it was actually pointing in that direction. In fact, they were prisoners. Obviously, being scared, I screamed my lungs out. And then Mzamo, who was actually on the row of searching, was next to me. He started to move towards the direction I was screaming. And in his thoughts, he thought that maybe I found the other body. Maybe it's in a terrible state now. I'm shocked about the whole thing. And by that time, whilst I was screaming, the 2 gentlemen went back into the thicket. So he was just an easy fish. He was the next one. He was also thrown in the van, in the truck. So the 2 of us were in the truck with the inmates. And they were not talking. The inmates were not saying a thing. They were just quiet,
And to confirm for her ladyship, you said that the inmate's uniform was green. Mm-hmm. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Can you describe the shovels in the truck?
Shovel, you got 2 types of spades.
Mm-hmm.
A straight spade and a shovel, which is a scoop, in the form of a scoop. That was the shovel that was used, a scoop.
Okay. And how long were you, before I get there, the second person that was put into the truck, who in the team was that?
It's me who was put in the truck first.
Yes. Were there any others put into the truck?
It's Mzamo who was also put in the truck.
And how long did you and Mzamo stay in the truck?
I won't be sure of the time, but I had a partner to scream with. That's all I can tell you. It was actually very nice to have somebody next to you to scream with. And then with that scream, it actually saved our lives. Because the 2 elderly men, they came over. And then they engaged with these guys. They engaged and asking, why are you putting these boys in the truck? What they have done? What is the story? Why would you just throw people in the van? Take them out. Take them out. You cannot do that. And then eventually, after back and forward, they released us. And immediately after they released us, we got into our car and then we drove back to Ferguson Road. Yeah. And then on the way.
Sorry, Mr. Zonke, before we get on the way, I just want to get back to the truck. And I apologize for putting you back in there.
Okay.
But what came to your mind when you saw the shovels?
Buried death.
Of whom?
By this guy, because they said shoot. Skitum do it. Shoot them dead. And then you see shovels. You see inmates. So if you connect those dots, that means I'm the next one to die. That's all that came into my mind. I'm gonna die.
Okay, Mr. Zonke, we can then go to the drive to Ferguson Road.
All right. So from Kucha we drove to Ferguson Road, and then immediately Gil, Mr. Square said, we have to change the route. We came through the freeway, and N2 said, no, we have to change that route and use another route. Because it could happen these guys are actually mobilizing their mates, and we could be in trouble. They could easily overwhelm us. And we very quickly got into Ferguson, fortunately, very safely. And then when we got in there, the team, now I was actually sort of put us aside. And then the team decided that, I guess that they got the information from the people who were in the house, or they came with the information. Because the next step was, let us go to New Brighton, to the police station and look for the bodies. But in my thinking, they might have actually heard that Stelo and Sparum Koto have been killed and actually put in a mortuary. So they went to the mortuary. And when they come back...
And you said that was, you didn't come along with them, you didn't go to the mortuary with them.
I remained
they left you behind.
I remained in the car. Only the elderly people actually went there. Because I guess they saw that I was still shivering and actually shocked about the whole thing. So they didn't want to shock me or traumatize me further. I guess so, you know. So it's where now they came back, and all I remember was Stelo was dead. Who couldn't just control himself. He was just teary and hey, my English is disappointing me now. And don't
Not sure what happened to our interpreter.
Not a hiccup, you know, when you feel very hurt and then you have this. Yeah, the voice cannot come out, but you feel that you want, you know, you could see that he couldn't talk. He was, you know, he had that feeling, you know, and you could see in his face he wasn't actually good at all. Which I assume that he saw his son in that state, he saw him and he couldn't take it.
So when you say you remained in the car, was that now at the police station?
Yeah, by the mortuary.
At the mortuary.
Now, Mr. Zonke, I want to deal with this large A3 map that we received in inspection in loco. Now, according to the police, so is that map in front of you?
Sorry?
Is the map in front of you?
Yes, I've got the map.
Is it correct to say that north would be at the top of the map, east would be on the right, where the shoreline is? Is that correct?
On top.
Top of the page is north?
Yes.
And the right of the page is where the shoreline is, where the ocean is.
Yeah.
Now, according to the police at the time, their version was that the bodies of Matthew Gqeberha and Fort Calata were found at points D and E near St. George's Strand. D and E are marked on that map.
Yes, I can see the marking. I dispute that. I dispute because I saw them myself where they are. They were in Kucha. For them to actually land a D and E, it must be a miracle. It must be a really miracle.
For the purposes of this court, can you point to where B is? Or rather, is it correct that B is where the car was found?
Yes.
And your evidence was that you found Mr. Calata and Mr. Gqeberha in that area.
In that spot. Around that spot.
Now, according to the police, the body would have had to move southward towards D and E. But your evidence was you moved towards the north to find their bodies.
Mm-hmm.
So then, Mr. Zonke, if the police say that the bodies were found at D and E, and you say that you saw the bodies north of B, would you agree that the bodies were moved?
Yes, the bodies were definitely removed. They were definitely removed. And my theory is just to put things in perspective and also what actually happened. There was, I'm just starting where the Square and Professor, they were having an engagement with the police. When they released us, we never waited. We left the police there. We left the truck there. So between the time we left and the time the bodies were actually found at D and C, in my opinion, I don't think it's rocket science. They were removed over there because we saw them over here, and now with the report of the police, they say that they were at D and E, which I flatly disagree. They were never there. They were at one spot and moved and placed in another spot. This is the spot where they were placed. They were planted there.
Yes, maybe you should stick to what you yourself know, because you don't know whether they were moved or not. But I get your point.
Okay, my lady.
And what's more, Mr. Zonke, is that the police reports...
Can I just make this point?
Yes.
Can I really make this point? I just want to make this point. Who actually said the bodies, they were at D and E?
Because
This map is, who draw this map?
it's the map of Sergeant Lotz.
Do you think do you think Sergeant Locke?
Mr. Zonke, maybe as I suggested, just
sorry.
stick to what you yourself observed. Let someone
Sorry,
else say.
I'm sorry, my lady. I'm sorry.
No, I appreciate that.
I'm really sorry, my lady.
No, that's okay. Yes, Mrs. Suleiman.
Mlali, to let you know, then we will make those inferences and arguments in submission.
Carry on.
Lastly, Mr. Zonke, on this, the police reported that the bodies were found on the 2nd of July, 1985. Your evidence was that it was around Saturday or Sunday, that weekend, which would be around the 28th or 29th. I think your evidence was the 28th.
Yeah. The police, they might have found them on the 2nd, but I'm telling you right now, we found the bodies before the 2nd at the spot that I indicated where we found them.
Lastly, Mr. Zonke, on this, there's an A4 page in front of you labeled Image 60, That's from Captain Jones's recent report. Image 60 was the picture.
Okay,
have it?
I've got image 60.
You'll recall in the inspection in loco, this is the site of where D and E are. Just for the purpose of the record, do you dispute that this was the area in which the body was found?
I 100% dispute that this is the spot where the bodies were.
This is the spot where you saw the bodies.
Okay. I dispute that. All right, my lady. Okay. I dispute that this is the place where I saw the bodies. Okay, yeah. I dispute that this is the place where I saw the bodies.
Thank you, Mr. Zonke. Let's move on then to how these experiences have impacted your life.
It's a combination of stress, trauma, and shock. And it's also very hurtful that we have to be in this court after 40 years. This has happened. And between the 40 years and now, there were inquests, there were TRC, the institutions that actually perform their duties. For me, it's been a long journey, and yet still we're hoping on the same aspect. I wish justice could prevail. That is my wish. I wish justice could just prevail.
Mr. Zonke, you mentioned dealing with the impact that people stopped associating with you. Can you share a bit more of that with us?
Yes. In 1985, I was a teacher, and at that era, it was an era whereby basically politics were at its rise. As a student, as a teacher at that point in time, and the Department of Education and Training then, DET, made it very clear that if you are a civil servant, you are not allowed to participate in political activities. Which doesn't make sense because education itself is a political entity. And you are in the community, you are born into the politics. But coming back to your question, my colleagues, a good number of my colleagues, to safeguard for their safety, they disassociated themselves with me. And I understand. I bear no grudge on them because they had to actually protect themselves. It's a human nature. It's one of the Maslow hierarchy of needs is to secure yourself. They secure themselves. And I was isolated. Nobody wanted to talk to me because they knew if they start befriending and talking to me, the next thing they'll be actually picked up in their houses. I understand. But it was actually very tough and lonely to be alone whilst you've got people around you. We are social beings. We are social beings. So it was very tough to be among people, yet you are not among people.
In your statement, you indicate that when the news came to light that Sicelo was your brother-in-law, people stopped associating with you.
Exactly.
Is that the reason why they stopped associating with you?
Yes, my lady. It's two things. They realized that Sicelo was my brother-in-law, and he said that I was actually on the search team. Some of them, they knew about it. I was in the search team. So they didn't want to associate with me. And I also want to be honest, because we're still from college at that point in time, we were establishing NUSA, a progressive organization, teacher organization. So obviously, they started to actually move away immediately, because anyway, he's a NUSA member, and they're trying to set up this NUSA. So obviously, he's political, and he's actually going against the rules of the department, saying that civil servants are not allowed to be in the politics.
And you indicate in your statement that this was for fear of being harassed and or arrested by the special branch.
Exactly. It was a combination of that. Yes, my lady.
Yes, Mrs. Zonke.
Mr. Zonke, you indicate of the struggle that you had to understand the perpetrators. What was that struggle about?
The struggle to understand the perpetrators.
Yes.
There's something that I cannot, even up to this day, bring it together in my mind. Is the fact that these guys who performed this, they were fathers, they had their own kids, they had their family. And once you actually murder people in that manner, what about their families and their wives? All right? Secondly, Eric Taylor went to his pastor and presented his case. I believe the church, it actually teaches us morals and values. And we don't teach morals and values when we are in trouble. It should be the sermon of every day that we need to actually look at each other, that kind of thing, morals and values. And then when he's in trouble, and after he's done such a bad thing, he runs to the pastor, and the pastor entertains that. But he's human, and he was his congregant. Maybe on the basis of that, he had to do something. And what actually perturbs me is the fact that despite he went to Pastor Kutsia, when it was the time to actually say sorry to the widows, he didn't want to answer any questions because they were.
Mr. Zonke, just to understand the context, is this the family meeting that was had with Mr. Eric Taylor on the 21st of April 1997?
97, yes, April 19. Yes, it was the family, it was the Gqeberha family, Conto family, Calata family, and Mlali family, which they were actually conducted by Reverend Conto, who's an Anglican reverend. So obviously, I'm not sure if Conto goes to his church, but the Calata and the Mlali, they go to the Anglican church. Mm-hmm. So it makes sense when they actually came. And actually he was our minister in our church. So for calling us, and he was also politically active anyway. So hence the family, they were willing to go there. And with the hope that Taylor was going to give them answers, a little bit of a window to what actually happened on that day.
Did you interact with Mr. Eric Taylor at the meeting?
I did.
What did you say to him?
I've asked Mr. Taylor, the powers which were his bosses, why did they choose him to be part of the security branch? It's fine for security of the what you call of the country. But why would they pick him for this special task? For this special task, to eliminate people. What makes him qualify for that? And then he didn't answer that. He said, I'm here to just say sorry to the widows. He responded to the question. Was very evasive. That's all I can say. Any question which was asked, he was evasive. Because he had a narrative, was pushing a narrative of a seek forgiveness. I want to be forgiven. How do you get forgiven, yet you don't want to actually say anything, regard what you wanted to be forgiven for? That was the missing point. That was the, the missing puzzle in the whole puzzle.
In his evasiveness, did he deny being involved in the murders?
He didn't deny. He didn't deny, but he wouldn't divulge actually how it was actually operated and done. He did say he was part of that, but he didn't actually go into details. Part in what sense and what he actually did. Maybe just an advisor. You could have said I was just an advisor sitting in the office and just advise, But he actually, it was implied in a statement that he was actually actively involved, not directing from a distance.
And Mr. Taylor later on makes an application to the TRC, and in his transcript mentions this meeting. What do you make of that?
Obviously, the meeting which was called for forgiveness, it was a preparation for amnesty. It was all about himself again. It wasn't actually forgiveness to the widows. It was about him. That would be his punchline, that the widows have forgiven me. Why should I get a heavy sentence or whatever the case may be? He was brilliant about it.
In fact, the words you use in your statement is curry favoring.
Yeah, he wanted the widows to carry favor for him.
So, Mr. Zonke, let's speak about the TRC hearings. Did you attend the hearings?
Yes, I did attend the hearings.
What were your recollection of the hearings?
My recollection of the hearings is that initially when it was spoken about, I had so much hope on the TRC. But when the whole process was taking place, it was another story that I saw. The victims, they walked into that stage and tell their stories with a tail between their legs. You're a victim. And you come and present your story with a tail between your legs. And then the perpetrators.
What do you mean by that, Mr. Zonke?
What does it mean to have your tail between your legs, Mr. Zonke?
Okay, it's to be, you feel this person's on the back foot. Because in my opinion, if I'm going to tell my story, and I know I've got a backing of the law or justice or the institution concerned, I should actually be much articulate myself very well and without fear. People you could see, they're actually talking in fear. There was fear. And they were not actually, they were traumatized, but there was also fear. There was a lot of emotions which were going on. And then once they break down and cry, tissue paper was pulled, wipe their tears, and go back and talk. No counseling was done. In my opinion, if you wanted to get a real, true results, pre-counseling for the victim. They needed to get a pre-counseling. and then they go and present post-counseling. And counseling is an ongoing thing. Those guys, they never gotten that. Raw as you are, you've gone through everything. You have to stand there and talk as if you're a storyteller. It's not storytelling. It's what you feel. It's what you experienced. Why would you expect somebody to go and talk as if he's a storyteller? It was not real. On the other side, my observation, the perpetrator, when he walks into this, onto the podium, so confident, nicely prepped, and they were told one thing, ekani ondowi. That was the biggest word, that was the buzzword. I can't remember. How can, for me, you did something yourself. There's no way that you can forget it. It's like, if I teach you to ride a bicycle and say, you do this and this and this, and then I say, you ride the bicycle, you won't be able to ride the bicycle. You won't remember everything. But if you get on the bicycle and ride the bicycle yourself, you'll be able, it's a skill that you'll have for the rest of your life, and you'll be able to do it. So this analogy is that these guys, they did it themselves. All of a sudden, they're just so forgetful. Selectively forgetful. That's not real.
After the TRC, Mr. Zonke, it's been many years since, and the information you've provided has been most useful. Has anybody from the police or the NPA or any law enforcement have approached you to discuss this matter?
Nobody approached me. Nobody approached me.
In conclusion, Mr. Zonke, is there anything else that you would like to share with this court?
Yeah. I'm going to sound like a broken record. I'm going to sound like a broken record. These kids, they lost their father, the fatherly love. And I felt being loved by my dad. I was born, my father was 60 years when I was born. And then he died when he was 99 years. I still feel his love for 39 years. Here we've got young people who never gotten that love of their fathers. We know for the fact there's an identity crisis. If, more especially for boys, because the boys, the way they are wired, they want to align themselves with their lineage, their fathers and everything. They imitate or model their fathers. These boys never had that opportunity. Not undermining the girls. They never had that opportunity to model their fathers and do what their fathers did or train by their fathers in a certain direction. That is one thing. Secondly, if we look at the Maslow hierarchy of needs, the very basic need, a very basic is shelter and other stuff. What does it mean not to have a shelter as a human being? Psychological need, where this guy is counseled and been taken care of. There are about 7 levels of that. If you go through those levels, you can make your ticks. You'll see that how many ticks you can make, saying that this guy, they actually had an opportunity. I think that is the model we could have looked at to just stick on those. Then at least they would be at a better place.
Thank you, Mr. Zonke. for the most illuminating testimony. Mlali, those are my questions.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Zonke? Yes, Mr. Governor.
Mr. Zonke,
Yes, Mr.
I just want to place on record that our responsibilities as evidence media is to assist the court in coming to a finding in respect of this inquest. And we are here to cross-examine witnesses. We are here to clarify certain issues so that everyone understands what's going on. So what I'm going to ask you is questions and clarification, not cross-examination.
Okay.
I just want you to understand.
All right.
So I just want to clear, with regards to the day you said you found the bodies, what date was that? What was the date you remember? Let me ask you this way, if you can't remember the exact date, how long after the Cradock Four went missing did you find them?
Okay. We've been told that this happened on the 27th, and I'm not sure now when did the Cradock team came. It came after a day or two, but it's not more than 2 days when they came down to PE.
So it's either the 28th or the 29th?
Or the 29th.
Okay. And it is your evidence that Mr. Calata and Mr. Gqeberha's body was found near the vehicle in the Gqeberha area.
Correct.
And in your evidence, you made reference to we were searching. Who is we? Who was actually conducting the search?
The search, it's Mr. Square, Mzamo, I do not know his last name, myself, Velile Koniwe.
And then you also make reference to we found the body. Who exactly was the first person to see the body?
I can't say we were, remember we were walking on a trail following the plantation which we had trampled on. So obviously there was this open space through the thicket, and then we found this open space where they were actually, I cannot say I'm the first one who saw it, but we,
so with the
because I can't even tell you who was leading in the first place whilst we were walking in the thicket.
That's what I was going to ask you. Were you walking abreast, or were you walking one behind each other?
Look, when you're in a thicket, the pathways, they may be narrow, they may actually open up. So there was no, they may. So at some stage it would be one after another. At one moment it could be just enough for two people to walk or so.
So you can't say, but it was one of the team that.
Yeah, because we were a group. We only
Separated.
Separated.
Only separated. We only separated after we've seen the bodies and start now to actually say, let us comb this area
to search for the
towards Skripanta in the thicket.
Was that to look for Mr. Conto?
Yeah, the whole idea was to look for Conto and Stelo.
Okay. Did anyone remain with the body?
No.
The two bodies?
No.
Okay, and then after the incident with these two white men, did anyone report, or are you aware of anyone reporting to the police that the bodies had been found near the vehicle, or even if the vehicle had been found?
No, I'm not aware of it.
Okay. And who identified the bodies as being that of Mr. Calata and Mr. Gqeberha?
It was Mr. Square, Kelkashe, as well as the bigger brother of Goniwe, Upraves.
Who identified as being that
Yes.
of Mr. Matthew Gqeberha.
Yes.
So at that stage, the Gqeberha family was now aware that Mr. Gqeberha was deceased.
I wouldn't know that.
I want to say that because the brother had identified the body as being that of.
I mean, at that point in time, he identified, and then in terms of communicating with the...
No, I'm not saying that, but Mr. Gqeberha himself was aware now.
Oh, yes, he was
that.
definitely aware.
Okay, and how did it come about that you were going to search in the Gqeberha area?
I think I made it clear earlier on. but I'm just going to repeat.
That you do not know what went on before.
Yes, because
Okay.
these guys were coming from
So that
Cradock,
information was given
and
to
I
you.
was in Port Elizabeth.
Okay.
Obviously, they must have had a meeting in Cradock, and their decision was that let us go to Port Elizabeth. I wasn't part of that because I was in PE and they're in Cradock. And then when they got me here, they went to Traversa's house. And then it's where the plan was now, let us look at these areas. As I indicated, police, the hospitals, and then search. And then these two, it was easy to do because police, they are always there, the police stations, and also the hospitals are there, no problem to get there. But Scribanda, they didn't know where Scribanda,
They were
sorry,
unaware of that.
Gqeberha, by the way, not even Scribanda, Gqeberha. They didn't know where Gqeberha is. Because Gqeberha is just an open area, it's not a residential area whereby you would actually see on the newspaper, whatever, and all that. So even the only thing that is known there is Scribanda. They don't even say Gqeberha Scribanda racetrack. They say just Scribanda. So I was the one who said, I know where Gqeberha is, that area.
And you yourself, did you tell anyone that the bodies of Mr. Calata and Mr. Gqeberha had been found? You personally, did you tell anyone?
When you say anyone, do you refer to
So-
the authorities or
No, I'm
you
talking about your
refer-
family members or anyone else.
family members? Obviously, because we were deployed by the family members, so I had to tell the family members.
So did you tell your sister that the
No,
bodies?
no. Remember, in an African context, I was the youngest.
Yes.
There was no way that I could be proactive and address elderly people what is happening. That was left for Uput Kilkacha, Mr. Square, and Mr. Uput Veli. And they would actually know how to handle this situation. As I said, it's actually a traumatic situation.
Yes.
So it was actually left for that, for them, not me going and address anyone.
So you were present when we conducted the inspection in Loco in those areas.
Correct.
You were also present when Mrs. Chalmers also did the pointing out when we were at St. George's Beach.
Correct.
And she indicated that at St. George's Beach was not the correct spot either. And it was between Swartkops and the Blue Water Bay area that Mr. Calata and Mr. Gqeberha was found. Or she was taken by the police. Do you remember that?
Swartkops.
Or between where we were and towards Blue Water Bay.
That
That's
was-
where the bodies, she
Yeah.
indicated, she was shown the bodies. Do you
Yeah,
remember that?
yes, I remember the
Yes.
place.
So now we have that situation where Mrs. Chalmers indicated that is where she saw the bodies. Okay. Oh no,
They
was
rem-
shown the bodies.
Was shown.
Yes.
Mhm.
Then we got
And then one part we shouldn't leave. She was shown by
the police.
the
Yes.
police.
Yes.
It's not
Exactly.
her who actually found them.
Yes,
She was
exactly.
shown by the police. And the police were implicated.
Yes, no, I understand that.
Okay.
Mr. Zonke. And then we had the situation of Mr. Gqeberha, Mlali Gqeberha, showing us a spot in the Blue Water Bay area where he believed the bodies to be found.
Remember, Mbulelo, he got the information as the second information. He was not primary informant. There is a difference. He's not the primary informant. He got the information and he acted on the information.
Okay. And then, I'm not sure if you were present when Mrs. Calata testified.
No, I wasn't.
When Mrs. Calata testified, she testified that on the 29th of June, she had gone to the Gqeberha house to be with Mrs. Gqeberha, and by that stage she was not aware of what had happened to Mr. Calata, and that his body had been found. In fact, in her evidence, she said she still held out hope that he had escaped and had gone into exile, and she believed, or he was injured. She had hope that he was still alive. So I'm just trying to find out that, but from your evidence, by that date, the bodies had already been found. But Mrs. Calata was not aware.
Yes.
I'm just,
Okay, but Mr. Zonke was not certain of the dates on which the bodies were found.
my lady said it could not have been more than 2 days from the 27th. So it either was the 28th or the 29th. I'm just going to also ask him about what Mr. Calata went further on to say. She also went further on to say that she found out, the first time she found out was on the 2nd of July. That's when she found out. And that was when she was told, I think it was, if I stand to be correct, a reverend, or she was on the phone with her attorney, and that's when she found out.
Yeah. I won't be in the position to talk to what Mrs. Calata said and what actually she caught by, you know. I won't be in the position. I'm in a position to tell you what actually happened and more when. So I cannot talk based on, I cannot change and align it with anyone. It's
No,
what
no,
actually.
no,
I'm just trying, I just want to make it clear. I just wanted to make it clear that I'm not going to move an inch from what I know and what I experienced and what I've seen. I'm not going to move an inch on that. I'm not going to be, no information is going to interfere with that.
No, I understand, Mrs. Zonke. I'm just trying to understand the process. You understand with the situation where we've now heard this evidence from Mrs. Calata to tell us she only found out in the second. So we're trying to understand, so that when the search party arrived in Gqeberha, then Port Elizabeth, when they left back to Cradock, was that on the same day, on the day that the car was found? Or do you not remember?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure if they went back the same day or.
But they did eventually return.
Yeah, definitely. They went back home because they had to go and report to Cradock. And it was an urgent matter. I don't think they would actually sleep over.
Yes.
Because it was an urgent matter.
Because that was the purpose they came here.
Yeah, people of Cradock, they were agitated.
Yes.
And they needed actually answer what is actually happening, information. They couldn't lie with that information. They had to actually feedback.
So when they left to Cradock, they were armed with that information that at least 2 members of the Cradock Four were now deceased.
No, they knew even the other 2 because they went to the mortuary. And then, as I indicated, that Mr. Mlali, the senior, he couldn't believe what actually happened because he saw the corpse.
Okay, yes.
And also the corpse of Sparrow was also seen. So when they went to Cradock, they had basically a full report of the 4 guys, what actually happened to them.
They were deceased.
Yeah, the deceased.
Mrs. Zonke, I'd like to thank you for your help in us in getting justice here, and thank you very much.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Any more questions for Mr. Zonke?
No wishes from us.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zonke.
There is a short re-examination that I'd like to deal with.
Okay.
Mr. Zonke, firstly, at the inspection in Loco, it was recorded that the evidence of Ms. Judy Chalmers was that she, when she was taken with the police, she noticed pieces of brown corduroy, which was confirmed to be pants of Mr. Goniwe. So is it correct that Mrs. Chalmers didn't see the bodies with the police? We will be getting a statement from Ms. Chalmers that she did not see the body of the police, but that it was the pants of Mr. Goniwe that was seen. The second and last is that it was the evidence of Mrs. Nomonde Calata that it was on Saturday morning when she received a newspaper that she saw the burnt car. And thereafter, she had a meeting with, it was thereafter, that the days that followed, that she had a meeting with the relevant persons, her attorneys, etc. And so, being that the newspaper was seen on the Saturday morning, how does that coincide with the evidence that you've given on when?
It coincides because on the newspaper, it was on a Saturday. A burnt car, meaning that days before that, the car was burnt and the bodies were burnt. So the newspaper comes after the action. So in a sense, if she say if that is the case, it actually strengthens my point that it was actually not on the second. And also what the newspaper was actually on the newspapers, it was reporting what has happened, not what is happening.
Those are my questions, Mlali.
Thank you, Mr. Zonke. Thank you for your time. You may now be excused.
Thanks, Mlali.
And with that, we'll take the lunch adjournment. We'll resume at 2:15.
As Mlali.
Right.
I have a scanned copy of it if you like. A scanned copy, yes.
Will you
you. Yes, Mr. Vane.
As the court pleases. A lady, when we led Mrs. Mlali, she made reference to a treasured poster from the funeral that had been seized from her home by the police. As promised, and for the historical record, we'd like to hand up a copy of that poster. And Mlali, I understand that we could mark it F5.2, since it's attached to the evidence of Mrs. Mlali.
Yes, there will be no objection to the handing up of the poster.
Mlali, we are going to, I think it might have happened already, we're going to email a digital copy of that poster to all the parties.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Vane.
Mlali, our next witness is Mr. Lonaba Conto. With the leave of the court, we'd like to call him to the stand.
If you can come through to the witness stand. State your full names for the record, please. Your full names for the record, sir.
I'm Lonaba Conto.
Please swear that the evidence you are about to give will be nothing else but the truth, and if you agree, raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Van.
Mr. Conto, can you confirm to the court that you are the son of the late Sparham Conto?
Yes, sir, I confirm that I'm the son of Sparham Conto and I'm the only child of my father and my mother.
Thank you. Now, before we proceed with your evidence, I understand that in the preparation of your statement, you spoke to your mother and you relied heavily on what she told you in order to prepare your statement.
Yes, that's true, sir.
You're aware that your mother did make certain statements following the death of your father to the police, as well as to the first inquest before Magistrate Gqeberha, written statements.
Yes, I'm aware.
Yes. And you're also aware that she testified before the Truth and Reconciliation Commission in April of 1996.
I know that for sure.
For the purpose of the record, if you can confirm the name of your mother, names of your mother.
My mother is Sindiswa Elizabeth Mkondo.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Vanda.
Thank you, Mlali. Mlali, before we proceed, may I hand up the two statements I've just made reference to, as well as the transcript of Mrs. Mkonto's evidence before the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. And for the record, I'll point out that, perhaps we can hand that up quickly. The two statements and the transcript are already part of the current record. Mlali, the first statement that Mrs. Mkonto made out, which is on the front page, is dated 18th of of June 1987, and that appears as Exhibit A62. It's currently numbered page 26. And in that statement, Mrs. Mkonto confirms when she saw Matthew Gqeberha last, although there's a spelling mistake in his first name. She confirms that he was the chairperson of the organization Cradock. She does not know who murdered her husband, although she confirms that the security police was investigating the organization that he belonged to. Mlali, the second statement doesn't have a day, but it seems to have been signed during January of 1988. And there Mrs. Sindiswa Mkonto, as with the other wives, confirms the statement of Nyameke Gqeberha. That was also for purposes of the first inquest. And then the transcript of the evidence before the Truth and Reconciliation Commission is marked Exhibit A3.3. Mr. Mkonto, your mother, she's unable to testify at this proceeding. Can you explain to the court why she's unable to do so?
The reason for my mother not to be here, she is not well. She is sick. She's got arthritis. She's got hip problems. She's got high blood. She's got diabetes. So, for those reasons, she couldn't travel to PE for this inquest.
But you indicated that she probably will be following the proceedings, and in particular your testimony on the live feed on TV.
She is watching as we speak.
Okay. Perhaps, Mr. Mkonto, we can just start with a little bit of background about yourself. When were you born?
I was born in 1978, the 13th of December.
And you mentioned that that would have made you 6 years old at the time of your father's death.
Exactly.
And what is your current occupation?
I'm a superintendent traffic officer. That then makes me a person that is in charge of the traffic officers, the examiner of vehicles, and the driving license examiners.
And is this in the town of Cradock?
Yes, it is in Cradock at a local government called Gqeberha Municipality, which has got two towns, that is Cradock and Middelburg, and both are called Gqeberha Municipality.
Right. Just as a matter of interest, do you know why your father's parents might have named your father Sparrow?
No, I don't know. I can't say anything about that.
I'm sure if your mother was here, she might know. But nonetheless, let's talk about Sparrow, the man, your father. You were, of course, very young at the time, but I understand that you do have some recollection of him.
Okay. My father was born in 1951, the 24th of December. And I was born in 1978 when he and his friends were establishing a local team called Citizen in Cradock. That was in 1978. That team is still there. And some people are saying that team is like my twin brother because we were born in 1978. So my father was the founder and the president of the team. He was also in the executive of the rugby team that was also in Cradock. That then tells us here that my father loved sport. He loved politics. He was also a family man. So then he wanted to uplift the community, and then he fought for equality for the community. My father worked at the railway, which is now known as Transnet. Now, when my father was employed at railway, he joined the railway. He made sure that there was a union there, of which he later became the shop steward of the union that was at the railway. So then he was representing the railway workers, which were most of the time unfairly treated. And I understand it was his way of organizing the labor through union, as he did the same with the youth. So he was also organizing the youth through the sport. So, okay.
Yes, you can carry on.
Okay. So then he, in 1983, because he was a political activist that was regarded as the terrorist and the communist, in 1983 he was buried alive.
You say he was buried alive?
In 1983, yes.
Are you saying that he was dismissed from his post at the railways because they regarded him as a communist and a terrorist?
I'm saying exactly that, because how do you bury a man alive? If you dismiss a family man without any reasons, without any hearing, and then you expect the very same man to go back to his house, the wife is waiting. Obviously, she will have to ask you, why are you here this time? And then you'll have to explain to the wife that I was dismissed. And what was the reason? You don't know the reason. When is your hearing? There will be no hearing. And now you have to sit at home with your wife, with your child, and with my grandfather. I'm saying he was buried alive because by then he was dead. Because I've been trying to think also the fact that if I will have to go to my house, to my son, to my daughter, and to my wife, and say, I can no longer provide for you now, then it means I'm dead. It's different when you were unemployed from the beginning. But if your family is used to your salary, then to me you are buried alive.
And to make matters worse, it appears from your statement that your mother was dismissed from her position because of her association with your father, who was seen as a communist.
It was few months later that my mother was also dismissed. And at least she was given a reason verbally that she is dismissed because she is married to a terrorist.
Now, your father did try to get further employment, didn't he?
He tried. He tried, but he couldn't get any. That's why he opted to open up a shop. A very small shop. We call it today a spaza shop. And it was inside our house at the kitchen. So he will remove some stuff there from the kitchen and pack his stuff. And he was selling small stuff like your sweets, cigarettes, tea bags, bread, paraffin, and candles, because there were no electricity at that time. So that's how we tried to survive. But that all was destroyed during the police raids. When they came home, they will destroy everything. They will unpack everything from the kitchen to the last room. And I never knew what they wanted exactly, because they were talking Afrikaans. And apparently my mother was also struggling to understand Afrikaans. And then that's how they communicated also with my mother in Afrikaans. And when she could not understand them, and then they would just say it in English, and then she would just answer, and then they would continue in Afrikaans. So then that was the situation. I understand after they first destroyed his spaza shop, he then went to Esiabulela Street to Fort to get some stuff for the spaza, of which I understand Uputford also was running a spaza that side. So he came back with some stuff, and then he started again. Obviously with the profit, then he will go to town and buy more. So as the business was starting to grow, and then they will come again, do the very same thing, destroy everything, and then they will just leave. And I understand at some point they were smoking the cigarettes, even inside the house, because they will come without cigarettes in their mouths or in their fingers. But during the raid, you'll just hear the smoke inside the house. And my mother was not smoking. I was definitely not smoking.
I should hope not, Mr. Mkonto.
Sorry?
I should hope that you weren't smoking.
And my grandfather was definitely not smoking. So after looking for everything that they want or they wanted, remember now, when the police comes, you can hear them. You can hear their vents. You can hear their voices. Let alone their knock, because their knock was very different. It was like they were knocking with the foot. So what would my mother do? She will try and hide me to my grandfather's room, of which at the time my grandfather was always lying in bed because he was old. He could move, but I think he was just reserving his energy to go to the toilet, to go to take a bath. So, but most of the time he was like always lying in bed. So what my mother will do, she will take me to that room of my grandfather, close the door, and ask me to close my, sort of like my ears. But I wanted to know, most, why am I like closing my ears? So I didn't close my ears. And then they will come. I think she was just trying to protect me from seeing these brutal people. So then they will come. After doing everything, then they will want to go into my grandfather's room. And then my mother will go to the door and try and stop them from going into that room. But because she was so weak for them, they could just push her away and go inside the room. And inside the room is me and my grandfather. And then they will start opening the wardrobes, take everything out, and then go to the bed, because they wanted to check under the mattress and the bed. So then they will like pull my grandfather, not nicely, and leave her on the floor, and lift the mattress, and then later the bed. And then they will just leave everything like that. So that was the life that we lived.
Thank you for that that important context. And just to finish off that harsh life, after repeated destructions of your father's spaza shop, were you then forced as a family to live on your grandfather's small pension?
Yes, my grandfather was a pensioner, so he became a sole breadwinner for the family. And it was, I'm sure this was very humiliating to my father. It was my father that was taken care of, my mother and me, with the pension of my grandfather. So it was bad, man.
Notwithstanding these harsh conditions, your father was politically active. in the community. So can we turn to his political activism as you understand the role of your father in those days?
My father was like always going to the stadium during the weekends. He would saying he's going to watch the games. We had 2 stadiums. The one that was like playing, or sometimes the rugby and the soccer would play at the same time. So I would go with him. He most of the time he will go with me to the stadium, and obviously he will put me in his shoulders. And then when we get there, he will most of the time be surrounded by people at the stadium. And he will be doing the talking. And then you just wonder, I mean, we came here to watch the game, but here is this guy doing this, like, so he will do that. I think he was, yes, he loved sports. He really loved it. But I think he was doing both at the same time. Sport and politics to organize the youth, and then at work, labor and union to organize the labor. So,
well, sports and politics, he sounds like a real South African. You mentioned in your statement that he was also involved in certain organizations. Can you just mention to the court which organizations he was active with?
He was the chairperson of Cradock. There was a forum for taxpayers. He was in the executive of that forum. That's all I can remember now.
Right. And in your statement, you refer to that forum as the broad forum because it consisted of multiple organizations. You already mentioned in some detail the police raids and harassment, but it's also indicated in your statement that from time to time your father was taken from the home to the police station, and also assaulted. Do you have a recollection of that?
Okay, now, especially in the morning raids, 3 o'clock in the morning, if they feel like they want to take him with, they will do that. Take him to the police station, torture him, obviously by assaulting him, and sometimes detain him after torturing. Now I get to understand why sometimes you will have to be detained after you have been tortured. It was for one simple reason, that when you are so badly assaulted that you have scars, that you are so swollen that you can't see even, you will be detained.
The question was whether you have any recollection of him being detained.
Yes.
Okay, that was the question.
And do you have recollection of him coming home injured or hurt?
You know, my mother was so protective that he will make sure that I don't see him when he is assaulted.
Right. Thank you. So it is apparent that your father was on the radar of the security police at that stage. So can we then turn to June of 1985? You mentioned in your statement that your father would often go to meetings. Obviously, as a very young boy at that time, I'm not going to ask you to try and remember what happened on the 27th of June. You do say in your statement that he left on that day and did not return. But you do seem to have a recollection of what happened the next day in your house on the 28th of June. Can you indicate to the court what your recollections are?
So then in the local meetings, he would sometimes go with me. I understand because there were no risk of them coming back home. I know I was not allowed to go on the outside meetings. That will be of South Reinet, Hofmeyer, Takestad, Somerset, Cookhouse. Then I won't go. Because I think they knew at some point that they were not going to come back. But on that specific day, the 27th of June 1985, he left with Ubut Stelo, Ubut Ford, Nobut Matthew. So they left to PE. Normally they will come back at night when I'm sleeping. So I knew when the Honda comes and he's got a jacket with, so they are going out. So I knew that I will see him the following day because he will come back at night when I'm sleeping. So then I went to sleep, wake up the following day, he was not there. And in a way it was a little bit strange. But there was nothing going on here. But I think it was not only us at home. There were few community members that were at home. And I didn't know what was happening because normally people will visit. So I thought it was just a normal visit. Then I would just go out and play. And then as the days goes, like the visits where you will get the following day more people, and so everyone thought that they were like detained or arrested because they never came back. Up until a day when I just saw, I just can't remember what car was it, stopped, and then went inside, and then it was within not more than 15 minutes. Then I heard my mother crying. Then I tried to go inside the house, and then I was stopped, like, go and play, go and play. And then I had to go and play. And then from then, there were always people around in the house and around the house.
Right. And then in your statement, you mentioned quite a strange incident. And I'm assuming that this is something that your mother related to you. Mlali, it's a paragraph 35. Where you say, sometimes before we received official news of my father's death, my mother went outside, and near the outside toilet, she discovered his identity document and other documents he had taken to Port Elizabeth. That was very strange. In subsequent discussions with your mother, did she indicate to you what that was all about?
Okay, then my mother went to the toilet that was outside. And then came back with the ID of my father and some other documents that were with the ID. And he didn't know what to do with them. So then he went to my grandfather. And he showed the ID and the documents to my grandfather. And then she didn't know what to do. And I understand she wanted to go and open a case. That this ID book and these documents went with my husband to PE. But I just discovered them now, or I just saw them now in the toilet outside. So she thought maybe she had a case because she believed that if they were robbed in PE, anyone that robbed them won't know them, where they are staying, to go and drop their IDs. So immediately they had this in their mind that whoever did this knew them and knew exactly who they were, where they stayed. Remember, this happened in PE, Gqeberha. But whoever did this here at some point went straight into my home, to go and drop the ID.
Now, there is a small discrepancy between what your mother told you about that incident when you're preparing the statement, what is reflected in her testimony before the TRC. And Mlali, if I can draw your attention to either paragraph 26 or page 26 of A3.3, the transcript of the testimony at the bottom of the page. And then if one turns to the top of the next page, she testifies about the second inquest, and says when she returned from the second inquest and she was cleaning the yard the next morning, she opened the toilet and then she found something heavy, and it turned out to be a parcel with the ID and the other any other documents. So it's not clear to us, which version of your mother's account, whether she found those documents at that time before the funeral, or rather before you heard news of the death, or whether in fact she found it during the course of that second inquest. But either way, it is strange that the documents your father had with him on his trip to Port Elizabeth that fateful day was then returned under those circumstances. But let's...
You do agree that was strange?
That the ID was found, yes, it was like very strange. It was very strange.
And as you already indicated, Mr. Conto, it could only have been placed there by people who would have had access to your father at that time.
That is 100% correct, because remember there were 4. And this person did not confuse that ID to someone else. Like, go and drop it at Stelo's house, or put Ford's house, or put Matthew's house. So he took it straight into my father's house and dropped it there. So obviously he knew that this ID belongs here.
Indeed. Did you attend the funeral of your father and the other members of the Cradock Four?
Yes, I did. I did attend the funeral. Remember, we were just following any toy. Anything that had something to do with the freedom songs and what. Every small child will just go and run behind it, not knowing even where is it going. So there was a toy around, and then it went to the stadium, and then there were people talking there. I was playing around, and then from there to the graveyard, again a toy, and then I joined as a child, and then I was singing. I was also jumping up and down up to the graveyard. After some point there, the situation suddenly changed because people were starting to cry. And my mother was part of them. So then I went to her, and then she was like trying to push me away, like, go, like to the other kids, or go and do whatever you were doing, because she didn't want me to see her crying. My mother actually didn't want me to see anything, like her crying, like my father being beaten, and she was so protective.
You mentioned in your statement that your mother suffered greatly and had great difficulty in talking to you about what happened to your father, and that this in turn had an impact on you.
So can you please...
Do you want to elaborate on the impact of your father's death on your mother, but also on yourself?
Okay. At some point, my mother told me that they were planning to buy they were planning to buy more kids. I don't know from where, but she said they were planning to buy more kids because they first bought me, I don't know where, and then they wanted to buy more. Or to buy more, sorry. And then I take it maybe she could not afford to buy more alone without my father. That's why she ended up not buying more.
So perhaps let's now talk about your life and the life of your mother and grandfather following the death, because you now faced more challenges without him. Do you just want to explain to the court your recollection of your life following your father's death?
Okay, then few months after the funeral, my grandfather had a stroke. So then she was like permanently bedridden. Everything that he wanted to do, my mother had to assist. And because my grandfather loved my father so much, my mother was then always saying she got that stroke because his favorite son is no more. And then he just couldn't take it anymore. And then he got stroke. And he later died. And we lost him. And remember now, he was the father figure to me, even though that he couldn't take me to the stadiums and other places. But I knew when I go home that he will be there as a father. So then he died. And then we lost the money, or his pension money that he was getting from the government. So there was nothing. And then my mother would try, and obviously by hiding her identity, to try and go and get some peace jobs. But once they find out that she is the wife to my father, and then she will just be kicked away.
You mentioned in your statement that because of the respect that your father had amongst the community, that there were comrades who would come and assist from time to time with groceries. There were others in the community who would protect you on the way to watch sports at the stadiums. Can you elaborate a little on that?
Okay, then after the funeral, our house was not, or my home was not like empty. We were not left alone immediately after the funeral. We had family members that stayed. We had comrades that were always around during the day and night. And that happened for a week to two, because they believed that we needed some protection. And then, after some time, you will like get some of my father's comrades that will come and talk to my mother. Some will bring groceries. Some will just give in money. And then after they like left, then I would like hear from my mother saying, okay, prepare yourself, we are going to town. We are going to get some stuff for you to be able to go to school, like get some bread so that you can have something in your lunchbox and all the stuff. So that happened for about few months. And then eventually someone or everyone left, and then we were left alone. Then it was me and my mother.
And you also mentioned in your statement that there were important events in your life where you really needed a father figure, but you didn't have one. Can you explain to the court what you meant by that?
So, as a Xhosa boy, at a certain age, you need to graduate from being a boy to be a man. So then you have to go to initiation school. Before you go there, you need to be prepared mentally. Prepared mentally before the actual initiation. So that never happened to me in a proper way. Because whoever tried to do it didn't have enough time to do it. But I believe that my father would have made sure that I'm fully prepared to go to the school. But then he was not there. And then after that stage, the next one will have to, for you to get a job or go to school. And obviously because you are the man, you will have to get married. And there is no better person that can lead that negotiating team like or better than your father. Just to give guidance and make sure that everything is going as planned. So I needed my father there, and he was not there. So if I can remember now, these are the two crucial, significant occasions that I really needed him and he was not there.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Conto, you would have been too young to attend the two inquests. The first one before Regional Magistrate Gqeberha, and then the second one before Judge Zitzman. And then when the Truth Commission proceedings were on the go, you were at school and were not able to attend those proceedings either. But did you now learn through the Truth Commission process who it was that murdered your father?
Yes.
And what did you learn about the actual murder of your father?
Okay, then my father was removed from his comrades. And I understand he was still alive. So then he was handcuffed and put inside the car. And then this person drove away with him. To a place where he thought that was safe for him to assassinate him. So then he got there. And then he stabbed him. He fought back. And I believe he was a little bit powerful or more than him. So when he started to fight, I understand he was fighting with his hands cuffed. So then this person decided to shoot, to kill, because he couldn't stand him.
Mlali, we refer your ladyship to the amnesty transcript of Mr. Saki van Sale, which is in the current record at Exhibit D, item 62.1, at pages 154 to 158, where Mr. van Sale gives an account of his fight with the late Conto. And Mr. Conto, from the transcript of the amnesty hearing of Mr. Saki van Sale, it is quite evident that your father fought till the very end. He went down fighting like a man. And it was not easy for Mr. van Sale to subdue him. And as you point out, the only way that Mr. van Sale could subdue him was by shooting him. That's according to the evidence of Mr. van Sale. And you are correct and you point out that he was handcuffed at the time. The evidence does reflect that while in the vehicle, your father did attempt to neutralize Mr. Van Zyl by holding him around the neck while handcuffed. That's according to the evidence of Mr. Van Zyl. And so how do you respond to what Mr. Van Zyl said about your father's last moments?
Sorry, I don't get your question.
What's your response now that you know, or you have known that your father put up a formidable fight against Mr. Van Zyl before he was shot?
Okay, I know he was fighting. He gave it all to see me again. I'm sure he knew that he was going to die either way. So one thing that was in his mind, I'm sure it was me and my mother. So then he was fighting to see us again.
Now, you're aware that Mr. Van Zyl was denied amnesty for his role in your father's murder, and that was in 1999. My colleagues will advise me when he died, but he went to his grave some years later without facing justice. What impact did that have on you and your family?
You know, we had hope when ANC took over. I personally don't even count the other inquests as inquests, because to me, they were just there for whatever reason. To hide the truth and everything else that had to do with my father's death. But then again, I had hope to the TRC, because it was after we voted. And the TRC had recommendations. Those recommendations were handed to our government. And it is so unfortunate that those recommendations were not implemented. But again, I have hope that this inquest will do everything that was not done by the previous inquests. it was for the first time that the inquest went outside of that door, got into the cars, drove to Cradock. Come back and stop where we believe that the roadblock was held. A very strategic roadblock that was only focusing on the Honda. Because I can tell you today that there were cars that were driving in front of the Honda, of which they were never stopped. There were cars that were driving behind the Honda, and they were never stopped. Okay, then the following day we went to the sites for inspection in loco. That alone gave me hope that this inquest is serious in terms of giving us closure. That this one is different from others. And that there will be no other inquest after this one. This is the last one.
And I understand, Mr. Conto, that Captain Jones assisted you, members of your family, to visit the location at which it is believed your father died. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Mlali, for the record, Sakkie van Zyl died on the 20th of August 2011. I believe his death certificate is at Exhibit C, and that's currently reflected as item A79 of the record, which means, Mr. Mkonto, that the police and prosecutors had approximately 11 years to act against Mr. van Zyl after he was refused amnesty, but evidently did not. Mr. Mkonto, before we close up, is there anything further you wish to say or bring to the attention of the Honourable Court?
No, I'm good.
No, you're good. Thank you. I commend your courage, Mr. Mkonto.
Thank you very much.
No further questions.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Mkonto?
No question.
Thank you. I'm just happy that it's not all up to me, it's up to all the counsel sitting in front of me. Otherwise, I would have said thank you for the pressure. But it's really not up to me, it's up to all the evidence and information and help that counsel will provide me. Thank you very much, Mr. Mkonto. You may be excused.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Mr. Vani.
As the court pleases. Lady, that concludes the evidence from our side for today. Tomorrow we have two witnesses, which we would like to lead, but no further witnesses for this afternoon.
No other business that anyone wants us to deal with at this stage? Shall we adjourn until tomorrow?
As the court pleases.
Court will adjourn for the day to resume tomorrow at 9:30. Court will adjourn.